we starting now?
Yeah, we're going to start this in about 3 minutes.
Okay.
You saw those bells, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so help me with that. Even 2 minutes, you can just start.
Okay, I was ringing once.
Yeah, you need to ring about 100 times.
Okay.
But we'll start in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they should be here or
Only here.
Only
So
here.
Only here to start with. Exactly.
I see you. You hear me? Okay. Okay. So,
Being here, and then the other session, stage 2, okay? Welcome also to those of you who are joining us online through Brella. This is streaming on Brella platform right now. And just to kind of a couple of questions, a couple of points about that in a second. But let me tell you what we're doing the next couple of days. Here, we call this day 1, and what we have done is a new format. So we have this idea of nomination showcases. I just had a conversation with Stuart about the jury packages and how interesting they are. And indeed, they are. So much data, information in the jury packages. But most of it's confidential. You guys submit it confidentially. It's not meant to be publicly disclosed. But there's so much information. So what we decided to do was have nomination showcase 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, presentations of different SSEs across the region, insight into what they're doing. They tell us what they like to tell us about their operations. They keep secret what they like to. But that's what we're doing all day today. And then we have at 12 o'clock back here in the plenary session, Just Join IT. Piotr, who is a founder of Just Join IT, very interesting story, interesting guy as well. That chessboard you see outside, he's going to take anyone on at chess later on. I've seen him play. He's fast like a rocket. He started playing when he's 5 years old, And so that'll be kind of fun to see if anyone can beat him at chess today. We'll see. Then we have lunch, then we have lunch, and then we have a presentation of nearshoring as well. All of this schedule is on the website. It's all also printed in the front poster there, and it's also on the Brella platform. So that's for the daytime. Then we have a few hours break. We have the private closed jury dinner, which is in the stage 2 room. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we have opening ceremony, reception, which we have not done before. Just beer and wine, not dinner, but beer and wine, and it's all in here. That'll be open. It'll be quite a nice view of the nighttime Warsaw. So please come back at 8 o'clock in the evening as well. Hi, Prabha. Welcome to you. And so then we start again tomorrow morning, same time in the morning. Again, we have 2 stages, stage 1, stage 2. This whole room will be open tomorrow because there'll be more guests tomorrow. We expect about 60, 70 today, about 120, 130 tomorrow, and then in the evening about 220 or so for the evening awards gala, right? So a couple other quick things. The subjects are really interesting, I think, today and tomorrow. We have a special presentation online from PwC's Lviv office. Taras, who's running currently the Lviv office in PwC. Incredible that he's going to join us. That's at 2:30 after the lunch, or as the lunch ends tomorrow. We also have subjects on things that I would have found very boring a month ago, like cybersecurity. So hot subject today, obviously. Lots of things going on in that space. Anyway, really full day tomorrow with Romik kicking off the morning, Elias after that, his panel, several other plenary panels, and breakout sessions as well during the day. Then tomorrow night is the evening awards gala, the culmination of it all, and that, again, back here on this floor. This will be completely all open, and the gala's in that other room there for those of you who have not been here before. Many of you have been. I want to say once again thanks to all of our sponsors. Helps us get it all done. TCS, once again. Transparent, once again. UiPath for the first time. Just Join IT. The city of Riga. The country of Lithuania. The city of Bydgoszcz. Wind Shuttle. Adaptive. I might have left someone else out, but I'll make sure I get you mentioned tonight. Okay. One last thing on the votes for the awards. This is an awards gala tomorrow night. People that have put in nominations, they really, really want to win. They take it very seriously. I won't repeat some of the comments that I hear when they don't win. They're not to be spoken out loud, so they take it seriously. For the first time, we are doing what we call the popular vote. So in addition to the jury vote, anyone that's attending the event will be able to vote via the Brella platform. Yeah? On the Brella platform, in the top right, there's a box that says chat. Next to that, it says, I forgot what it says, something like vote for nominations, yeah? On that, you'll see all the companies in the category shortlisted. You can vote. We don't disclose it until at the awards gala, but make sure that you vote for whoever you want to vote for. If you want to see a condensed version of the jury package, that's in the Brella platform on the sponsorship, our sponsorship booth. I think it's called CEE Business Services. I don't know what it's called, something like that. CEE Business Services, you'll find it. But that's a condensed PDF version of the jury package. I think it's also interesting. That reminds me, take a look at the Brella platform because there are lots of interesting sponsor booths there. They have cool videos in those booths. For those of you who want to talk to someone online on Brella, they are connected to their booth, or they're simply be able to catch them during the next couple of days. Those of you who are physically here probably don't want to do much on the online. The online guys want to meet you for sure. They will meet themselves as well. But also, the last day, Friday, we have a completely online event. So Friday is closed physically, of course, but online will continue. So if you have got a chance, if you didn't get a chance to speak to Tim, for example, say, look, Tim, I didn't catch you for the 15 minutes I wanted, so can we ping you and get a 9:15 meeting on Friday? I won't accept 9:15. He might. I might accept 11:15. Yeah. So use that. I think you'll find it useful. Um, any questions about kind of the layout of the plans for the day? Yeah. It's a bit more complicated for us this time because of the Umbrella platform. We're obviously hybrid, so thanks again for the event room team. They're doing a great job of getting things done here. So we will go, I think, straight away to our session. So our first session here is Corning. Yeah. So this room will be Corning and then whole team. Then we have TCS and iTalents. Then we have the coffee break. The other room, stage 2, will be Moderna and Dexcom, and then TKE, and then Worldline and ING Business Services, and Lumen. So pretty busy over there. So now then we'll divide up. So those of you who want to start with Corning, he's online, by the way, from North Carolina, and it's like 3:30 in the morning there, so hopefully we get him, hopefully he's awake. And then whole team after that. Those of you who want to listen straight away to Moderna and Dexcom, that's on stage 2. So we break up now. I want to say one last thought. Anya stood up. I want to say as well, we are obviously the issue east of us in Ukraine is on everyone's mind. I have a dear friend of mine from many, many years ago, Anya Gomchevska. I'm going to have you speak later at the gala, not today. But she is supporting through her charity Ukrainian children who are trying to get acclimated and educated through a university program she's been doing for at least 10 years, I think, in Poland. But now she's 15, okay. And she's now taking in Ukrainian students with Ukrainian teachers as well. So you have a chance to speak to her in the next couple of days. That's it for me. Choose your medicine, stage 1, stage 2, and we'll see you back at the coffee break at an hour and a half. Okay, Harsh. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear can you hear me now? Okay.
You're
All right.
4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it is 4:30 in the morning, and I'm very excited to be presenting. I'm sad I couldn't do this in person.
Well, next time, and we'll get you here next time. So without further ado, you are on stage. I think you've got a presentation, yes?
Yes, we do.
Run that, please. Or do you want to start with a couple of I'll let you just go through it as you like.
All right. To everyone who I can't see, good morning. I'm honored on behalf of Corning today to present our nomination for the top automation implementation of the year. If you just go to the next slide, we have some brief facts about Corning. Who don't know about Corning, we are a Fortune 500 company based out of Corning, New York, which is about 4 hours northwest of New York City. That's the best way I can describe it. We're also part of Finger Lakes region, one of the largest wine producing regions in America that most people don't know about. That's just Corning in general. I'll talk about Corning Hungary in the next slide, if you don't mind, please. We're very excited about our move to the Corning Hungary office. While the office itself was founded in 2006, just last year in September, we moved to a new location. We love to showcase it. So if anyone wants to visit us, I'll be happy to host you guys and show you our new digs. We're very proud of it. Let's go to the next slide, and I'll talk about the automation itself. So for us, and if you go a couple more clicks, please. Thank you. One more, two more, one more, one more. So I can't talk about, no, just go back, please. Sorry. I can't talk about the automation implementation without talking about why we chose to do the automation itself, right? For us in shared services, um, we've been all about moving from a transaction processing to a digital first organization. We made a lot of investment and foundation, established a foundation for what we call an edge driven, centrally accelerated organization that sort of leads digital transformation within Corning and within shared services and outside of shared services for us. And for us, Project Janus, which is what we want to talk to you about today, is a is an extension of that mindset. And for us, it was about disrupting the business model internally to transform our organizations. If you go to the next slide, please. So Project Janus, how we started, right? If you know your Greek and Roman mythology, Janus was the Greek god of, I think it was the Roman god of looking both to the past and to the future. So for us, it was acknowledging that the way we used to do business simply will not be sustainable into the future as we continue to grow and support our Corning's evolving business lead. What for us started off as a need to simply deploy a optical character recognition tool became a much broader effort and much bigger effort as we started realizing what our business challenges was and how do we go about solving those specific business challenges. So at a high level, we wanted to apply a touchless order entry and invoice processing solution leveraging optical character recognition or OCR technology, adding in a cognitive learning and machine learning as part of it. But really, it was about how do we think about our processes? How do we make sure that we keep the mindset going? And the next slide will talk about, if you don't mind. Thank you. So as we started thinking about Janus, we came across a specific business problem that we needed to solve. So one of our businesses that is responsible for overseeing one of our largest businesses in Corning, um, processing orders from our customers. And they found that the volume of orders that they had to handle and the volume of lines within those orders was significant, and it required a lot of manual work to process them error free because again we're focused on making sure our customers feel no impact, but there was impact. The orders were continuously backlogged, which create downstream production planning and supply chain challenges, which you can imagine how they would have happened during the COVID timeline. And overall, because our customers felt that our orders were not moving as fast as they would like, there was lower customer satisfaction, and consequently there was an employee impact to our employee morale as well. So for us, Janus was deciding to do a two-phase solution that how do we take and really create a intelligent end-to-end process automation that solves the business problem. And we said, let's solve it in two phases. So we did do two phases of this project. Phase one was simply sort of getting the baseline RPA set up, which helped solve specific order categories and process them end to end, which did not require any OCR capability. Second, we extended the digital platform, leveraged the OCR capability we had in-house. We partnered with an external vendor to bring the OCR capability. We brought it in-house, and then we integrated the both RPA and the OCR capability to work end to end. So it was not like we don't have the OCR working separately than the RPA. They both work together in conjunction to solve the business problem. And look at the impact it had. We quickly went from to doing 100% of the orders coming in same day in phase one. We kept up that pace in phase two as well. Um, and this is, the phase two automation that we did was a smaller volume initially because we wanted to sort of figure out how we can do a pilot out of it. And this number, 1.5 FTE saved after phase two, is growing every day. We're able to bring down our team that was working overtime to support this. down to normal base hours that we work out here. And this has been a really global effort, and our Hungary offices has been sort of leading the charge in this area. So that's really our automation support and our implementation nomination of the year. And I'll open up for questions or comments from the audience.
So I will start. And, well, let's start. Okay. Maybe if anyone has questions, please do ask some questions. Harsh, do you guys? You didn't mention which vendor you're using, and I assume that you're not using one. And if that's the case, why do you decide to not do that?
Sorry, so the platform obviously is from a vendor, right? But for us, this is about building the mindset in our organization, right? So we have in the past used a vendor to support us to doing implementation, but we've gotten through a maturity model where we do handle some of our implementations in-house as well.
Questions from someone in the audience? Yeah. Okay. We start with the one question. Harsh. And introduce yourself so everyone knows your turn.
Tomasz Wojtyś, Orlen, Cuk, whatever it means for you. However, you mentioned introduction of machine learning coupled with OCR. What was the reason? Wasn't the OCR itself enough to process the invoices coming or orders coming? And what was the effect of machine learning implementation in the process?
Yeah, so one of the things we found with OCR and is that every time a new customer or a new invoice needs to come into the house, it would require a lot of training and a lot of effort from our part to bring him onto the platform. So that was disruptive to our business because that takes away time from core operations and processes to do that. With the ability of the platform that we put in place, we do have new in order formats coming in that we don't have to train up, and we're only looking at a small set of exceptions that come out of it, which is much less disruptive than we had previously. And ultimately, you know, that we again, the advantage of this platform that we've worked with our vendor is that we're able to plug it in and integrate with our RPA solutions, like we did this in this case, right? We put the RPA solutions for some of other orders, and then we were able to take the OCR based orders and work them together to ultimately process them in the ERP. And previously we did not have that capability.
Okay. One question from my side. Any more here as well? This project, Harsh, what about going forward? What do you see? You talk about the mindset within the company. What do you see being the next sort of challenges or projects that you tackle past this?
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, we believe, in the slide in the appendix, we believe in not doing digital anymore, but about being digital. So we have projects in flight to extend the order processing to invoice processing. We are at the moment still looking for or still evaluating some other business cases across our other functional partners to increase. Certainly, you know, for us, the simplest thing is to increase the number of customers or our suppliers going through the process to increase the scale as well, right? Our expectation of this is that our people who support us, our employee base, see the benefit of going digital and start helping us identify more opportunities because they are the ones who are day-to-day processing this.
Okay. I think no more questions, right? Harsh, thank you very much. Go back to sleep.
Thank you very much.
or stay with us if you
enjoyed the
like. Thank you very much, Harsh. Interesting. Thank you. And thanks to Corning. So we'll be in touch. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, great. So we are on for next presentation from whole team. I think it's Nicoletta. Yes. And you have a video or slide first? Or?
We have slides.
You want to do
We
that
have
first?
control.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nikola Kishidayeva. I am in charge of robotic process automation, process improvement and intelligent automation program in European Business Services of Holcim. I am glad to be here today with you and share what we are doing in the area of process automation and robotics. European Business Services is a member of Holcim, a company that is present in 70 countries worldwide and is a global leader in the industry of building materials and solutions. Our company employs more than 300 people in different areas in P2P, order to cash, record to report, and H2R. Our employees are providing services for 22 countries and corporate holdings. Our business service center is located in Košice, which is a small but very beautiful city in eastern Slovakia. In fact, our process improvement journey started 8 years ago when we started transitioning activities from countries to business service center. This was followed by the standardization and optimization. And this is a continual process, still ongoing. With robotic process automation, we started in 2018 with our partner UiPath, which is also present today here, with establishing a small team of 4 people. Mainly those people were coming from the internal teams, and we started step-by-step learning what RPA is, how to be efficient in the process selection, and also deliver the expected outcomes that we as a company believed in. On the top of BSC context, we also provide services to our group business partners in terms of robotization. And as of today, we have more than 100 robots fully operational in the field of, in the scope of the services of Business Service Center, and also for our group companies in Poland, Germany, Romania, Bulgaria, and Switzerland. Our ambition is to grow further. We would like to leverage on the synergies between RPA, intelligent automation, different low-code programming platforms, and also data analytics. So these are the enablers that we believe that can bring our processes to the next level of the process excellence. And from these reasons, process automation is positioned in the center of the objectives of each BSC function. Now coming to our showcase, you know that in RPA, we are focusing on the selection of the processes that have standard inputs, they are stable, highly transactional. So these are the criteria of RPA that we are looking for in each process in order to proceed further. In terms of our project, this project on the first side can look as a usual use case for RPA, but in terms of our context, we had to look to the process from a different perspective in order to make this previously non-automatable process automatable. You may ask why accounts receivable automation was so important for us. In our business industry, especially in ready-mix and concrete sites, it is very obvious that we have many one-time customer payment transactions received through the terminals on the sites and through the cash. Many users are involved in the process, so this contributes also to variations in terms of input. And from this reason, we faced in this area a lack of standardization. On the top of that, the process in this area was in the stabilization phase due to the fact that we had a migration from one ERP system to another. That's why the process was not completely stable. In terms of transactions, we are talking about 15,000 one-time customer payments received from the sales of concrete during a month per country. So the volume is also very significant. So when you sum it up, lower standardization, high number of transactions in the process, and instability that was causing an increasing number of unrecognized payment on the account was triggering us or forcing us to think what we have to do in order to put the right control in place. We were looking for a solution that could be delivered very fast and of course at a reasonable cost. So leveraging on the high reusability that we have in this area, we have chosen robotics, but it had a broader context in terms of data analytics and process improvement. So after 3 weeks of work of our internal teams, robotics team and process expert, in the area of accounts receivable, we were able to achieve a reduction of the workload 26% over the 2 months period, which was a really significant saving. It is equal to almost 3 FTEs reduction in this area. On the top of the savings that we have delivered, we were able to clear the backlog items, and also we were able to automate the regular inflow of the documents that we receive. In total 80,000 transactions in 6 months. So it's also very significant. The benefit of this was also related to putting rules in place, so the process became very deterministic. For the future, it enabled us to automate more, and currently the script and the robotic process is very stable because we achieve 94% of the success rate. That means that 6% of the transactions remain for the manual processing of the team, but those are coming, or those are really from exceptional reasons, so we are not going to focus on the automation, but rather try to decrease the number of those exceptions. So to conclude, RPA can be really an eye-opener for the programs of digital transformation, and for the companies that focus on the process improvement, due to the fact that RPA is really strict in terms of criteria for the process. So it's pushing more and more to the digital workspaces, our processes. Not every process is born as automatable, but we can do a lot of change management actions in terms of simplification, lean, scope extension, and much more in order to make these processes automatable. Last but not least, very important is to know that RPA is a transformational program, transformational in terms of people's mindset, technology, and the way of working. So it's absolutely important that everyone in the company and in the organization has a clearly defined role and contributes to the journey. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any questions from the field here? Yes, one back there. I want to ask you to turn around and face the camera because they can't see you, yeah? And introduce yourself as well.
Hi, my name is Thomas Bergsula. I'm from JTI. Just a quick question, because you mentioned that robotics and automation is a process of transformation and changing a mindset. On O2C process, you often need to change the mindset of your customers. Did you did it by your the automation process solely inside the GBS, or you had to influence the data that you're receiving for your customers or agents that they're cooperating with?
The scope of this automation was related to the transactions that were inserted to our system by our business partner companies, so mainly people who are working in the plant. And this process automation we did in a collaboration with the plant. So indeed, change management was necessary to be done with the collaboration with the partners, not with the customers in this case.
And could you, I might have missed it, but can you put a financial number on the project, like a return on that in terms of savings? Is that easy to do, or is that kind of forced to do? Or are you even able to disclose that?
Well, we achieved in the area of accounts receivable reduction of 3 FTEs, but in fact this was converted to reduction of the overtimes in this area, and of course opportunity to focus on other activities.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, Carlos speaking. Let me help here with the financials. I mean, you can make the calculation. It's like 3 FTEs, and the time of work in Nika's team was 3 weeks. So actually, the return was pretty obvious. And actually, glad for the question about the change management. This is a very important piece. I mean, this is really a process that involves the robotics team, but also like the management, the employees at all levels. This is very important that we consider really all the steps in the chain to make it successful.
Okay, super. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Good. So a little round of applause. Let's have a round of applause. Thanks, Nicola. Thank you. Okay, we're going to keep moving on. I think TCS is next. Is that right? I believe that's right. Yeah? You're all set up on slides and things. You have a video or just the slides? Slides. Okay. You just hit the green button. That's all you got to do. Thank you.
So good morning. Good morning. I'm Sai Mohan from TCS. Very glad to be here in the physical event. That's what I was talking about, Tom, in the morning. So I'll just give a brief glance about TCS and Tata Group. However, we are happy to inform you that we have been shortlisted in all the 4 categories. So this presentation would be covering all the 4 categories where we have been shortlisted. Before we touch upon TCS and Europe, a quick intro about Tata as a group, where TCS is part of the global conglomerate. Tata can be described in 3 simple steps, like 150, 100, and 100. We are there for the last 150 years. It's a legacy which we have been over the journey. We have over 100 billion revenues. And we have over 100 operating companies, including the likes of Jaguar Land Rover, including Chorus Steel or Tata Tetley, and the 97 different companies. So here we will talk about TCS as a company, which is part of the Tata Group. And we are here in this particular region for the last 40 years in Europe. And we have been growing pretty steadily. We have over 16,000 employees across Europe. However, more important or interesting fact is that we have been rated as a top 2 IT services brand globally. So that's where we stand in terms of the brand recognition. And we have over 185 billion market capitalization in terms of US dollars. Beyond that, we have won multiple awards and accolades. TCS Europe, we have won the Top Employer Award, including we have won the #1 customer satisfaction for 13 countries across Europe from White Lane Research. So the more importantly for TCS, Europe is a very key market. We have close to 3 billion revenues coming from Europe market, and moreover, we are growing pretty steadily. We are growing almost 5% year-on-year growth. So this is about the company which we are going to talk about today. So now deep diving into the Central Eastern Europe region. So that's where we are focusing now, presently or currently. We believe that this particular growth is possible primarily because of the digital business. So we have coined, my chairman has coined a term called default is digital. So that's where the whole Tata Group is driving towards, or TCS as a company is driving towards. The digital is the future and digital is the business. And with this, for the last 20 years, we have been growing business for our customers and for TCS through the technology-led transformation. We are spread across all these countries, right from Estonia to Bulgaria. You can see on the map, we are present in 7 countries. And the latest entrant is Bulgaria. Last year, we have added Bulgaria as a new country. And we have close to 3,500 associates, and we are steadily growing 15% year on year. So this is about where we stand here. And we have started up a new framework called EDEN. We call it as European Delivery Network. And what it does, it provides a uniform service for all our customers across the region. So anywhere from any of these countries, nearshore countries where we are going to deliver, the customers have a consistent uniform, including adaptive contextual knowledge, resilient, focused services for our customers. So this is about our CEE presence. And now, for the last 2 years, we have been going through the pandemic, and we have seen some businesses have sustained. And not just sustained, some businesses have grown also. So we are going to talk about one such example. Even though in the pandemic world, there are businesses which are closing down, which are shutting down, but TCS in Europe had a phenomenal growth. We had over 100% growth in the last year. In terms of the year-on-year growth, we have added 100% in terms of the growth. Beyond that, we have expanded across Poland, but our main hub is in Warsaw. And we have been consistently focusing, our core focus is on the diversity and inclusion. So you can see that about 20 nationalities and 35% are women. So beyond this, we have started investing in a lot of expanding our services portfolio. So we just did not stick to one service or one service line of a portfolio, but we started expanding. So here's where we see we are working on the pharmacovigilance. So this is where we work with one of our leading pharma customer for building the COVID vaccine. So they are actually doing the testing trials where we are helping and supporting them in this particular region. We have also added a new Dutch bank where we have started supporting their KYC banking services from the region. And beyond that, we have also added cognitive infrastructure services and finance services along with this. And finally, as I mentioned in the previous slide, the default is digital. So we see a lot of demand and growth happening in the cloud, analytics, and the digital space. So that's where we are investing a lot. Our success in this particular country or the region is possible through the digital journey or the digital growth. And this has been possible because of the constant investments which we are making to grow this particular geography. So one such example I would cover in terms of the digital, how we have helped one of our pharma customer in MFDM. We call it as a machine-first delivery model. So this is something which TCS has built homegrown on the AI-driven human-machine collaboration. So this is completely built in-house by TCS, and it is powered by MFDM principles, that is the machine-first delivery model. For one of our pharma giant, where they had businesses all across the world, and the information is coming through multiple sources or various systems. TCS has studied, analyzed these particular processes, and then using or leveraging this particular MFDM principle, we provided them a solution. TCS has implemented Microsoft COTS chatbot solution for this particular customer. And beyond this, we have integrated that with the AI suite, which I have mentioned above. And it has been further customized into multiple languages, not just one language, multiple languages. And also, we have built a lot of use cases on the various ITSM tools which we are supporting them. So this is one such example where we have seen there are a lot of benefits which have been derived in terms of the consistent response to the customer, leveraging this particular MFDM principle, and also the waiting time has reduced. You can see a lot of benefits which have come about, the reduced turnaround time, increased chat adoption, and we have eliminated tickets, and resulting in the higher customer satisfaction. However, as I mentioned, the MFDM principle, it doesn't stop a user to interact with a human in case it is required. So the first right of refusal is given to a technology, that is the MFDM principle, but it is augmented by a human capability. We did not just stick to the IT part for this particular customer. Now we are taking this solution to their pharma domain business in terms of seeing how this can be implemented into the core pharma domain. So we talked about the digital. We talked about a lot about the growth in the IT world in terms of the digital spend which is happening and so on and so forth. What is very important is also the talent. So that is where we are seeing a lot of gap. I mean, everybody is crunching about the talent and they are complaining. Even though we have grown 100%, everybody has the challenge of the talent. So how are we bridging the talent gap in this particular industry between the university and the business? What TCS has done over the years is it has invested in TCS Academic Interface Program. It is called AIP. And we have created an academy called IT Academy, focused only on digital solutions, on cloud computing, and big data and analytics and other focus areas. So what does this do? We have created a world-class curriculum with help of our partner ecosystem, likes of Google, Amazon, you name it, Microsoft. And then we have started training interns over the years. In the last 2 years or 3 years, we have already turned out a few batches. And we are happy to announce that this year, we are going to have 50 more interns joining us very soon. Beyond this, there are very focused efforts on the right-hand side, if you see about the university guest lectures, the tech talk sessions. This is very interesting. The tech talk sessions, we call it as the tech guru sessions. So an SME who's well-versed in a particular technology, maybe a big data or a cloud computing, they come on board and they start sharing their experiences to a college intern or a person who's interested in the IT development or a career. And beyond this, we just did not restrict to this particular session, but we moved this onto the online platform where a lot of universities in the region or the students community can access to that. Beyond that, we have also handled a lot of IT hackathons and digital open days. Open days is also very interesting. If I, as an intern or a college student, and I'm interested to learn about coding, how was the coding career as such, so I can log into the online open day session and interact with an existing developer in TCS. And he will give me an insights whether I should learn a Java program or I should learn Amazon Cloud or what is next and what is the future for me in this particular career. So we have touched upon more than 2,500 participants with these kind of online virtual digital events. Beyond the offline, we have converted them into the online thanks to the pandemic which we have seen. And some of this particular interns or academic students who have given the feedback on this. So just in conclusion, we believe in the power of technology that is really transforming our lives. We believe in learning and sharing, so that is where we see we are bridging the gap between the university and the academy. And we believe we can grow, and that's how we talked about the TCS Poland story, how we have grown about 100% year on year through the power of partnership. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sai. Questions from the audience. I just want to take a point to, I think many of you know Prabal Datta. He's been with us for several years here. Prabal, just stand up so everyone knows who you are. Yeah, I think they all know you. But Ken, they might not know Ken Koshi, who has just joined. I guess you've been already 2 years in Warsaw, right? But Ken is on the HR side of things as well, TCS in Poland, just so you know, people. Yeah. Thanks. Sai, tell us about I was joking earlier that cybersecurity for me was the most boring thing ever a month ago. It must be the hottest thing going on. Tell me what sort of demand you're hearing about that as a service right now.
Well, we have a bigger practice in terms of the cybersecurity. We have been consistently adding more and more services in cybersecurity. Yes, of course, there is a lot of demand, primarily which starts with the banking industry. That's where we have seen most of our customers. And beyond that, in the current circumstances, we also see a lot of threats for other companies where we are supporting. In fact, as part of this Eden framework, which we talked about, we have created a center of excellence in Spain, in Madrid, building this particular solutions for our customer for the European operations.
Questions? Yep. Okay. Any more comments from TCS? Yeah. Great. Very, very interesting. Thank you very, very much. Thanks, Sai. Great. Once again. Okay, we are on to next presentation of iTalents, and that is Szymon Stadnik. And iTalents is a new operation. I'll let him explain what it's all about, but he's also just left Frista, a big operation in Warsaw, set up iTalents. You've got a presentation or a slideshow, is that right?
Yes.
There's a little clicker here if you need that.
Oh, perfect.
Yep, and microphone, take that.
Thanks. So, hello. Good morning. It's a pleasure to present iTalents in front of you. I'm Szymon Stadnik. I'm CEO of iTalents. Previously, I was auditor in KPMG. I was finance director responsible for Eastern Europe for a large retailer operating in 30 countries. I was, until quite recently, building and developing BPO, Frista, which should be till the end of this year, 400 people. And now I'm CEO of iTalents. And what is iTalents? It's a fast-growing outsourcing company, specialized in building and then managing high-performing teams for our clients. We specialize in two major areas, and this is quite broad, as you see, for a company which is just developing itself. One area is BPO, and over here we build the teams for our clients in the area of accounting, finance, administration, master data, controlling business analytics, but we can also create, based on the specification, proper documentation, SLA, the team of any mid or back office area, and then provide the service according to SLA. The second area of our expertise is ITO, so this is IT processes and projects, and over here we build and also manage the teams in the area of SAP, So both we can hire and then provide the service in SAP consultancy, but also SAP development. I have experience in creating and then managing teams which were implementing S/4HANA, but also were supporting clients in SAP customization projects. We have Salesforce consultancy and maintenance, e-com, and over here within e-com, again, we can help international retailers in creating here in Poland high-performing teams in front and back-end development, in cloud, also in UX, performance marketing. We can hire and then provide support in cloud, both in Azure, AWS, and of course we can create high-performing teams of developers, software developers, so again, who can support our international clients. And what we specialize at is we're helping the clients, the large organizations and mid-sized organizations from US, from Western Europe, and Japan in accessing the talent pool, enormous talent pool here in Poland, using the nearshoring and offshoring model. So we can provide the IT managed service. We can just make staff augmentation. But we believe that here in Poland, there is enormous potential of Polish labor market, which I'm going to discuss during my panel, and I'm strongly inviting you for a panel at 2 o'clock, together with leaders from Husqvarna, Kasia Zalewska from Sartor Chantard, Bill Brooks, and Paweł from Triumph. We're going to discuss and present the enormous potential of the Polish job market, and we'll present you some business cases why Poland has the best talent pool in Eastern Europe. And this is also the goal for iTalents. So we want to be a bridge between international organizations which are undergoing the business or digital transformation and the Polish job market, and to give the access to Polish specialists to those companies which are in need. And we support the organizations in two aspects. One is cost cutting, and of course Poland still provides enormous opportunities in lowering the back office and mid office cost, and this is through labor arbitrage, but also through optimization of the processes which we will take over. And the second is just to enlarge the talent, so that organizations which are undergoing digital transformation, they can access Polish talent and then actually upgrade their teams. And as you know, there is a huge shortage of talent, especially in IT, all around the world, and Poland can be a solution. Of course, iTalents can be also a solution in this respect. And our mission is to help clients in the constant transformation to be great. We strongly believe that all the companies deserve to be great. I'm a big fan of Jim Collins' Good to Great and Great by Choice. And why I said about my background is because I was working quite a long time also on another side, on the client side, and I know how difficult it is to transform the organization to be great. And of course, the mission of iTalents is to support the clients. So not only to provide the service, but really to support the transformation of our clients so that they can succeed and they can be a great company. And because of our model, which is we're building the teams starting even from one person and then upgrading the team with more, we actually provide quite unique opportunities for companies which want to try and test nearshoring. And one of those is quite low investment cost at the beginning. So the companies which want to try the Polish market do not have to set up a shared service center by themselves and pay quite a lot to the consultants, but they can sign with us, with iTalents, and we can build the team here, understanding and using our knowledge of Polish labor market, Polish regulations, so that they can minimize the risk and they can lower the investment. And that's it. I'm really strongly inviting you to join our panel at 2 o'clock. We'll share great examples of how you can tap the Polish job market and the potential of the Polish job market. And of course, I'm inviting you to vote for iTalents as a new entrant here in Poland. Thank you very much, and have a great conference.
Working? Yes, good. My name is Martins. I'm from the Riga Investment and Tourism Agency from Latvia. You spoke about Poland. Do you also see opportunities outside of Poland as well? Or is iTalents only operating here locally?
So I'm a big propagator of Eastern Europe in general, and I believe that we are the region which can provide extreme benefits, enormous benefits to the international organizations. Of course, my speciality and the speciality of iTalents is Poland, because we were operating in Poland for so long. So I believe that Latvia is a great place also to make business and to provide great talent. Although our speciality is Poland. We just want to use the expertise and the experience we already had in serving so many international clients from Poland. But thank you very much for the question, and yeah. So if you would like to learn more about our unique operating model, I'm here throughout the whole conference, and again, please be invited for the great panel. I hope that is going to be interesting.
Okay, round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on for one more presentation of Lumen. That's working. One more presentation of Lumen. Tim Oldenburg, who got sick this morning, I think it was, something like that. But we are agile. We got you on screen, so that's cool. So let's see if we can get the sound, and we're ready.
Fantastic. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. Yeah, as Tom already said, I'm in Warsaw, but I just woke up this morning with 38 degrees and coughing. And in the times we are living, I thought I should stay at home and not risking anyone. So obviously regretting not being with you there. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, my name is Tim Oldenburg. I'm representing Lumen. Lumen is an American company. You might have not necessarily heard of us yet, because actually the name was just changed 2 years ago before we was known as CenturyLink, a telecommunication giant, as I mentioned, from the US with around 40,000 employees. Here in Europe, we have 2,500 employees. And today I want to especially concentrate what we are doing in Poland. So Poland in a nutshell, if you could go to the next slide, we started our journey actually in Poland already in 2010. And for a long time, we had service desk services offered from Poland to our global customers. I joined the company in 2013, and actually from the beginning I joined, we started to lobbying to do more, because I was convinced that Poland have a great job, have a great talent market to do much more than just the service desk services. It took some time in my company, I must admit, but finally in 2019, we decided in EMEA that we will be investing more into Poland and that we want to grow. So as you see on the right side, already mentioned, in 2019 we were still 100 employees. That was pretty much the same number we had back in 2013 when I joined. But in 2020, end of 2020, we have been 200 employees, and end of 2021, almost 300 employees. All of this happened when COVID hit us, so we had to do everything pretty much virtual and growing the company virtual. From just the service desk roles, we started to move finance to Poland, a lot of human resources processes, pre-sales, commercials, marketing, and we are still growing. A really benefit for our company, and that was one of the big pluses, I would say, in the whole business case, to rejuvenile our company. Because when we are looking on our colleagues, for example, in the UK, France, and Germany, in Lumen, we are probably average beginning of 40s. In our Poland operations, we are right now in the beginning of 30s, which is just helping us also getting fresh talent in with a different outlook in the world. Also, it's right now a great diverse talent pool. I'm myself German. I'm living in Poland since 20 years. And 20 years ago, I was exotic being here. And I guess Tom is probably knowing far too good this feeling when you think, oh, I'm from Germany. Everyone's saying, what are you doing here? Times obviously changed. And we have so many different amazing individuals from all over the world here in Poland. And we are very proud that in Lumen, we have nowadays 32 nations employed in our Poznan operations. If we could go to the next slide, I just wanted to tell you a bit what we actually did in the COVID times, just to make sure that our employees staying safe and having the best benefits and support they need to have. In 2021, we was stop 100% remote. And even in the summer times, when not too much happened around COVID, we had our office closed because we just didn't want to risk any one of our employees. In 2022, we decided we will be going hybrid and we're letting our people working 2 days per week in the office. We signed remote work agreements with people so that we started hiring nationwide, which we never did before. And we're supporting our employees with a small setup fee if they're needing additional screens, chairs, whatever is required. A really important factor for us was the benefits. We have already a broad range of benefits, but during COVID, we added a lot of more. We created a group called Mental Health Ally, and those groups are actually employees of Lumen, which are trained to support employees in need, which struggling maybe mentally. It can be that they're alone at home or they have some anxiety attacks of everything what happens around us. We also used an employee assistance program, which is a third party, which we are right now offering to our employees. We integrated lunch vouchers. And just in case, these are obviously topics not so nice to talk about, but if somebody has to attend funerals, we have an extended leave time. We have a so-called survivor benefit. If somebody of our employees would be dying, we are paying immediately the next 6 months of his salary or his or her salary to the person he or she indicated. We integrated a group insurance and we are paying 100% the salary if somebody gets sick with COVID. And last but not least, because we want to help also in our communities, we donated computers for underprivileged kids in Poznan. We cooperated with the Poznan Fair to providing meals to the medical staff at the worst time of COVID. And we started to redirecting our office food delivery to hospitals to offering their fresh food. So a lot was happening in our company around COVID and how we could make the most impact. And last but not least, another important factor on the next slide are our employee resource groups. Those are global groups where we are getting people together with various topics, like you see some of the logos, Women Empowered, Next Gen, Global Community, Pride, various topics which are important and close to the heart of our employees, where they're finding guidance, help, opportunity to talk to colleagues, and we invest a lot in these ERGs to further strive and getting people together. And last but not least, we are recognized for all of these efforts. Forbes just recently announced that we are one of the world's best employers. also one of the world's best employers in regards to diversity and for women. And here just in Poznan, we got this Monday the information that we got certified by Great Place to Work. So I believe it's a great company to work for. I did this already since 10 years and not regretting it. And I hope you will be voting for us to be the best company in Poznan. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Round of applause, please. I don't know if you can hear that. I'll start with a question. Tim, what is the, you guys are American-based, Louisiana. What is the perception right now in Louisiana or U.S. of what you guys are doing? And in terms of their global operations, is it primarily out of Poznan, or they have kind of spread throughout U.S. or other parts of the world?
Yeah, we're doing for global operations, we're doing a lot out of India, and a lot of our US business gets supported actually from India, if it is English only support. If we're needing languages, Poznan is the first address in Lumen to deliver those services. For all the other services I mentioned, like HR, marketing, finance, this is all very much focused for our EMEA operation, also for our European operation.
And one question about services. One of the, obviously the mantras or the things that we're hearing about a lot is moving up market or up more sophisticated services. And we had earlier this morning Corning speaking, and they're doing lots of treasury management out of their operations in Budapest, which I think is kind of impressive. Are you guys seeing that as an opportunity to grow your business, your particular SSE site, by providing more sophisticated services? Is that something that's being pushed from the US guys?
Yes. We was just recently announcing that Poznan is one of our SOCs, of our security operations centers. So we have the highly skilled security engineers working on the global scale to protecting the Lumen network and our customer networks. We're also adding more and more sophisticated jobs in the finance area to our list of services we are providing.
Okay, great. I think we will stop there. We're exactly on time for the coffee break, 10:31. Tim, thank you very much. Hope you feel better. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you feel better, we'll see you tomorrow night, I hope.
I hope so.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Tim. Okay, we are now going to take a 30-minute coffee break, and we are then back at 11 o'clock, and the ladies will be ringing the cowbells at 11 o'clock. We're back. This stage one is Linklaters, Thermo Fisher, SEB, Swiss Re, Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions, and the other stage two at 11 o'clock will be Alcon, Alcon, IG, and Ness. So enjoy your coffee break, back at 11 o'clock.
Changes that was happening. That's okay. Even now, as we were attending the session, he came to preparing myself, okay, then I have to go to the stage and speak. It's just so dynamic.
It's time to improvise
Yes,
and agility is the name of the game.
Absolutely.
Let's have a coffee.
Never been there.
Difficult times inside the European Union, moving up the value chain.
Pain is always good.
Sorry? But I don't know of any immediate plans. We also developed for many countries development partners. So we have partnerships like partner group. I'm living a very close so but we're partners. Resellers, distributors, implementation IT systems, we're going to implement that systems in but we actually, I think we have now about 8 to 20 review Poland. As we get to look at our own office, yeah, we're looking at quite a solution. Is it single flow or are you generating major projects? Again, if we have in Poland, we have people in two locations, Wrocław, Poznan, Gdańsk, also so anyway, drop me an email. No issues with that. So you will be studying your sales work across Europe?
Yes, for all three buildings. And there are actually 5 buildings.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Welcome to Linklaters. Our firm was set up in 1883 in London.
Okay, so we are back. Just a quick summary again. This is stage one. This is Linklaters, Thermo Fisher, who will be online, then SEB, Swiss Re, and Deutsche Telekom, right? In the other room next to us, stage two, is Alcon and IG and NES. AB InBev was going to be in the other room, but they have just canceled yesterday. Jaromir is based in Prague. They have 1,400 employees in Ukraine. He's evacuating 700 right now, so he apologizes that he has different priorities, which are completely understandable. So if we have Aneta from Linklaters somewhere here. Yes, sorry, you didn't see. Yeah, okay, great. And we have the presentation, first one. Ready? So over to you. And here is the microphone, and here is a clicker. And if you want a second.
Oh, it's a video.
Oh, video, okay. You want to run the video first?
We have a few words as for an introduction.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. So we represent Linklaters, which is a global law firm with 30 offices across the world and a service delivery center based here in Warsaw. We're here for the D&I initiative of the year, so we actually represent our local D&I team, both of us being in different teams. My name is Anna Karas. I'm in business continuity. And
my name is Aneta Opiłowska, and I'm the IT support team leader for the team in Warsaw.
So we thought that it will be more fun for you to see a video and few more faces than just us talking to you. So let's move on to presenting our video first. Thank you.
Welcome to Linklaters. Our firm was set up in 1883 in London, but quite a few things have changed since then. So we're now in more than 30 locations around the world. We have more than 5,000 employees, and we advise global businesses on their most important legal questions around the world, wherever it might be. We've been in Poland since 2001, and I've been here since 2006. From our Polish office, we advise on Polish matters, and we also work on transactions across the region, including in Ukraine.
Back in 2014, Warsaw became home to the Linklaters Service Delivery Center. Since then, we have grown to the level of 200 employees speaking 18 different foreign languages, and we do provide services to 30 Linklaters offices globally across all business team functions.
Our vision is to be the best-in-class firm for diversity and inclusion in the legal sector. Now, our aim is to make an impact at all points of the career life cycle so that no matter where people come into contact with the firm, they will hopefully feel that they're understood for the richness of their personal diversity and that they belong here and can thrive. And we strategically focus on changing people's mindsets, engaging our teams, and investing in clients. And to do that, we focus on 6 key strands of diversity globally: age and life stage, gender, race and ethnicity, LGBT+, diverse abilities, and mental health. And we work locally to bring that strategy to life with local demographics, traditions, experience, and laws. We have well over 100 programs and schemes across our global network aimed at helping our people and the firm build an inclusive culture. So why not get involved? Become a diversity partner, attend one of the Global Diversity Week sessions, become a reverse mentor to one of our board members. Whatever you are passionate about, there is something for every level at every part of the business. So please do get involved because we can go faster, further together.
Linklaters Service Delivery Center has been making an ongoing effort to create a diverse and inclusive environment for all their employees. With the growing rates of hiring expat colleagues, we have encountered a challenge of making sure that every new employee has a great onboarding experience and is able to settle seamlessly in the new workplace, as well as, in some cases, a new place of living. This is why we have started a D&I Buddy Program initiative and created the Warsaw Guide for Expats in the year 2021. We wanted to provide an extra set of support for people joining the firm and assign them an existing employee who would guide them through their first weeks or months in their new position. The mutual exchange of ideas encourages innovative thinking and gives the new employee the opportunity to share confidential feedback. The Warsaw Guide for Expats is provided to every new joiner and discussed among the buddies. The pack includes key information about Poland, healthcare, entertainment, accommodation tips and guidance, information about Linklaters, and many more, so everyone can find useful information. The initiative has attracted many new colleagues. It benefits all new joiners in helping them feel included not only within their team, but the wider firm and local community.
Me being a part of the buddy program has positively impacted my onboarding experience to Linklaters. I was able to find my way around the firm easier. I was introduced to new colleagues from outside of my own team that I wouldn't have a chance to meet so close without the program.
It's been a great experience to take part in the initiative and help new colleagues to get the best onboarding experience possible. The Expat Guide has proved to be a good source of information for new joiners traveling from outside of Poland. Using the guide, I was able to assist my buddy with finding accommodation and their way around the new city.
As a new element, we have introduced Working Internationally training. The purpose of it is to better understand cultural differences between the nations, the habits and styles of working, in order to better understand individuals representing these nations who we work with. The training is provided to new joiners working with specific teams in other countries. It is carefully crafted and delivered on one-to-one sessions or in very small groups to keep it conversational and provide comfortable space for questions. We will also deliver a module on Polish culture and working style to all our expat colleagues.
Last year, online recruitment platform Pracuj.pl ran a survey on female job names. Nearly 18,000 women took part in it. More than 8 out of 10 women surveyed believe that female job names should be used universally on an equal footing with male ones. In addition, 3/4 of them expect feminitives in job advertisement and would also like to have an impact on the name of their position. Language aims to describe reality as precisely as possible. This is why there's so many words naming different colors, reflecting the differences between shades. We think by using language, so if the language excludes women, we don't think about women. That is why feminitives are important. We have introduced feminitives at Linklaters Service Delivery Center, and all women hired at the center can choose to use feminine version of the job title in Polish language.
So diversity is really important to the firm and to me personally, and we all try to do what we can to make sure that our firm is an environment where everybody can feel part of the team, you know, and can be themselves. So it's really important to all of us, and we try to do what we can all the time. Obviously everyone's deeply affected by what's going on in Ukraine, and we very much hope for a quick and peaceful outcome, and we're doing what we can to help in the meantime.
Right, so that was the video, and now if you have any questions about the initiative or anything else.
On the platform. Separate than this, and it's a very good video, by the way, tell us a bit about what are the services now in Linklaters, because you've developed a lot in the last few years, but what are the classic SSE services, F&A, legal? Tell us a bit about the profile of Linklaters right now.
What we do in the Service Delivery Center is providing that kind of support to all our lawyers globally. As I said before, we have 30 offices across the world, so 30 law offices, and we do all that kind of business services work, like finance, IT, business continuity, human resources. We did finance. Pretty much all the kind of business backend to support our lawyers so they can actually deliver the excellent service to our clients.
Are you doing much legal services support? I mean, lawyers here in Poland, is that part of the future of what you might be doing?
We do have a law firm in Poland as well, in Warsaw.
No, but I mean, in your SSC, do you provide legal process outsourcing as part of what your services are? You know,
we do in-house services,
okay.
so we only serve our lawyers.
Right. Okay, great. More questions? Yep. Cast your vote on the platform as you like. Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it very much.
Thank
Round
you.
of applause, please. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are on to next, which is Thermo Fisher. And Thermo Fisher we have online, right? And a presentation as well. So if Miklos Kochor and Tomasz, it should be online, right? Not there? Okay, let's just wait a second. Let's see if we can get them. What we can do, let's do this, guys. Let's jump to SEB video. And SEB is simply running a video. So let's do the video now. And then during that time, we'll make sure we get Thermo
SEB
Fisher
Global
guys
Service
plugged
Center
in.
is
Yep.
one of the biggest business centers in the Baltics and one of the few which is located in two countries, Lithuania and Latvia. We are integral part of the SEB group, servicing the customers and divisions in 20 countries across the globe. In Riga we have started 2006 and in Vilnius we started 2008. In total for the both sides we have now around 2,500 employees. In Vilnius Service Center we are focusing on IT. We are providing IT support, maintenance, development. Besides that we have the experts team who are working with the data sciences, robotics and automation. Besides the IT, we are delivering HR administration, a lot of banking operation functions, as well as the financial reporting and procurement services. And we are engaged in the close dialogue with our partners from the public sector, helping to develop and to promote business service industry in the country.
Back in 2006, we were among the first business service centers in Latvia, and now we are one of the largest centers here. With 1,000 employees, quite a diverse team with the different backgrounds. From Riga, our teams delivering services to SEB branches not only in Baltics and Scandinavia, but also across the globe, North America, Asia, and other European countries. From Riga, our teams delivering different type of core banking services. For example, payments operations, transactions with different type of financial products, including securities. We have also controlling functions like risk management or compliance, and also IT, both maintenance and development of IT systems.
In Vilnius, we have more than 500 IT professionals, developers, engineers, data experts, architects. We closely collaborate with colleagues in Stockholm while working in agile setup. One of the major projects we are currently working on is our journey to cloud. This is something that the most advanced tech companies on the market do, and we could proudly say that SEB is one of them. Another important initiative for us is scaling our ability to work with big data and integrate it to the business processes. We are on a journey to become an increasingly data-driven company.
SEB sub-custody operations is one of the largest areas in SEB Global Services Riga. We are here to support our clients, international financial institutions and global banks and their clients who have an interest to invest in securities held in Nordic market. SEB is the largest sub-custody agent in Nordic region for a long time, but 2021 has been very special and even extraordinary year for us due to the huge business growth.
We reward our employees to encourage long-term and sustainable value creation. On the top of competitive salary package, all our employees are part of SEB Group profit-sharing program. In addition, we contribute to all employees to the third pension pillar, and we provide up to 7 additional vacation days, which include paid voluntary day. We invite all employees to learn new skills and expand their competences. Therefore, we provide a digital platform called SEB Campus, which offers expertise of professionals and leading universities.
We believe that even when the pandemic is over, our office will be important for us and our teams as a place where we meet, collaborate, learn from each other, and create together. However, it is also clear that over the past few years, the way of work has changed considerably. For that reason, we have adopted our hybrid work policy, which allows our employees flexibility to combine work in the office with work from home. Also, we have built a new office in Vilnius, and we are currently building a new office in Riga with one particular ambition. Our office has to be a place where our colleagues want to go, are motivated by the opportunity to work there. That's why we are investing a lot of effort in making sure that our offices are comfortable, offering different areas, so that everyone can find a suitable place and also well equipped with best amenities.
So a year ago, we have moved to the brand new Office Nova, which was a really exciting moment of our journey because it opened us a rather different perspective, how we can work and grow together, not to mention that now all the 1,300 employees are under one roof, which makes our collaboration much more effective. But not all things in Nova are created for work and work only. We also have a possibility to keep the balance of our inner state and well-being. For that, we have our lounge areas in almost every single floor where you can enjoy the park view, have a calming cup of coffee, enjoy some art, or listen to the jazz music in the background. We also have nap and meditation rooms to keep your inner state intact, and also some activities for after-work winding out sessions like gym or the roof terrace.
Currently, our teams are spread across 3 different locations in Riga, but we have embarked on a new and a very exciting project. We are building a new office building for ourselves, which will be ready in the beginning of 2023, and which will be large enough to house all of our employees under one roof. Our new office building will not only be one of the most inspiring and modern office buildings in Riga, but also one of the most sustainable. It will be built according to the high standards of BREEAM Excellent certificate. With our move to the new office, we will not only change our address, but also we will change the way we work, because our new office will be an activity-based office with a lot of flexibility for our colleagues to choose the most suitable area for the task at hand. May it be an individual task where you need a quiet area where you can focus on your work, or a collaboration area if you need to meet your colleagues and brainstorm or plan your work.
SEB has a strong ambition to accelerate the pace towards a sustainable future, and we are contributing through educating, empowering, and creating sustainable offices for our employees. We really invite our employees to use volunteering days and help our communities that are in need. For instance, our employee charity committee organized Christmas charity event, collecting and delivering Christmas presents to more than 220 underprivileged families with children and elderly people. It is so important that our community members continue learning. Now we are really ready to positively shape our future for today and for generations to come.
Swiss Re as we get this technical fixed.
Expertise.
Experience.
Innovation.
Passion.
Swiss Re is the right place for my mindset. As the runner,
And as the leader, I know that performance culture and strategic management of our resources is the key for the success. Swiss Re is also challenging me to be innovative, so I can cross the finish line first while delivering the results of the highest quality.
I have joined Swiss Re in December 2013, and at that time, Swiss Re in Bratislava had 550 employees.
Swiss Re is all about the can-do and want-to attitude, which I really like.
As a data scientist, I leverage 150 years of Swiss Re data and our knowledge to solve varied business problems and move us towards a brighter future.
For me, Swiss Re is a place with great culture that enables talented people to come together and create high-performing teams working towards a common goal.
What I like the most about Swiss Re is that making the world more resilient starts with taking care about its own employees and their personal resilience by organizing different activities that promote self-care and well-being.
Last year, we experienced fantastic collaboration with Swiss Re. We developed small children in poorest and excluded communities in Slovakia, and last year we were your Charity of the Year, and it was extremely pleasant experience. Thank you for your generosity, for your communication, for everything. Happy 15th birthday, Swiss Re Bratislava.
Let's see. Miklos, Tomasz, we got you. Good.
Great.
That's great. Unfortunately, it's through our phone. Not sure you can hear us properly.
Yeah, that works pretty well.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, great.
So do you guys have a presentation? I can't recall. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So over to you.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome everybody. Really great to be here. Ideally, we wanted to be there with you in person. Unfortunately, we had to choose the virtual way. So, and special greetings to our Polish friends, because today, actually, here in Hungary is the day of the Polish and Hungarian friendship. So it's a cool day. And what you're going to see here is a bit of a double act with Miki. So by introduction, I'm Tamás Sakus. I'm the HR lead for Thermo Fisher here in Hungary. And we would like to give you some insights and some briefs around what we do in the diversity and inclusion space. We'd like to talk a bit about the organization and all the initiatives that we have in here. I know that we are a bit tight on time, but just like to would be great to get any questions if you have in the audience, or at any point of time you would like to stop us, then please do so that we could have a conversation as much as we can. Mickey?
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Tommy. So the first few slides, it's really 3-4 slides. I just want to give you a 1-minute brief what Thermo Fisher Scientific is about, because probably not everyone knows about it. The key, what you need to know about the company is that we are the world leader in serving science, and we are really there to help our customers in creating a healthier world. And you see healthier, cleaner, and safer. Is that what we are bringing to life, also in our shared services here in Hungary? So just on the next slide, from a company perspective, what stands out from this slide is really the innovation bit. You can see that there is an awful lot of investment going into innovation and expansion, even more than you see there on the slide. And we are absolutely relying on our fantastic group of engineers and researchers who are now over 6,000. Whom we are working with just to help in creating that mission that we are talking about, and that comes to life in a shared service environment as well. And on the next slide, what you will see is the breadth of portfolio. That's important to know, that it's not only one segment that we are supporting, but Thermo Fisher Scientific is the company in serving science who can provide the end-to-end portfolio. So from clinical trials to research, to any equipment you would need in a lab and in field of many industries. We are the one who are providing you with services with all the techniques, and we are also working together very closely with our customers to figure out what's the new way, what's the direction of travel we need to develop in, and working with lots of universities in achieving that. And last but not least, just focusing a little bit, zooming in onto our site on the next slide. So if you go there, the Hungarian site has been established 3 years ago, and we are at now more than 600 folks here in Budapest with different functions. Customer care and finance are certainly the biggest one, but many other fields, IT, procurement, we are already expanding in. And what I'm really proud about, if you look at the right side of the chart, is the balance that we have, especially on a D&I perspective, when it comes to management, the women-man ratio, or when it comes to the number of children we have here that we are taking good care of. So I'm really proud about that, but certainly there is a long way to go. So in a sense, what you will see also from Tomáš explaining from a D&I perspective, that's something which is really in our DNA. And this is, we are trying to find really ways to bring that to life in a shared services environment as well that we are operating in. So Tommy, just to share a few thoughts about the D&I journey that we are on.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. So the diversity and inclusion is something, like Mickey said, is very close to our heart. So if we move on to the next slide, really just to give you a snapshot around what we stand for and what we believe in. And from a personal perspective, as I'm a country boy, I come from a small university town. Then I moved to Budapest, and I had the opportunity to live abroad in a very different cultural environment. And what we want to achieve in here is really just to build and nurture a sort of culture and environment where really everybody can be themselves, because we truly believe in the power of that and all the synergies. And from a diversity perspective, I think there are tons of elements to that, starting from really the male-female ratio. But for me is also as important, if not more, is what cultural background and upbringing and heritage we bring to the organization. And like Mickey said, just we're very fortunate because 1/5 of our organization in here come from other countries, come from other cultural backgrounds, and everybody, we have pretty much everybody from and beyond Schengen borders. And what we did is, in line with our global initiatives and strategic pillars, we also crafted and put together our equal opportunities plan. And this is some sort of statement around what we stand for and what we do throughout the different employee resource groups and communities, on which I'm going to come back in about a minute. We also identified a couple of areas that we have special focus on. This is something that we started in a very structured and formal way last year. But this is something that is going to be a very long, sometimes tiring, but at the same time a very rewarding journey. So if we move on to the next slide, just again, just to show you how we operate from a CSR perspective, and as well as from an employee resource group and communities point of view. And what you can see in here, and the flavor we wanted to give, is D&I is really everywhere from the very beginning and throughout the whole employee life cycle, right? From hiring onto the whole employee life cycle journey. And we do a lot of stuff in that space. Obviously, we are in the serve of science, so we put a lot of emphasis, and we have a lot of initiatives around education where we involve children and just many different age groups. But also what we do from a corporate social responsibility standpoint through volunteering and really just like Mickey said, which is in our mission, is that we want to make the world healthier, cleaner, and safer. And now going to our employee resource groups on the next slide. We have many, and again, this is something that we could speak hours about, but I just really wanted to give you a snapshot around what's happening in here. Everything, what I'd like to call out is everything works on a voluntary basis, and that gives the power of the whole thing, because people join because they want, not because they have to. And I think in the employee resource group, everybody can really find, what they are after. So we have the LGBT, ERG, working parents. Like Mickey said, we put a lot of emphasis and focus on families and how we support single parents, colleagues from coming back from maternity leave. Also, given the diversity we have from an employee composition perspective, just we have our Latino heritage ERG, the women ERG, safety community and sports community, and so on and so on. Plus, we have another which we didn't put in here, but we have a employee resource group called Possibilities, where we focus on some special groups, just people with altered working or with reduced working capacity, which is very close to my heart and close to our heart. And these people and these guys who are in there, irrespective of the level where they are in the organization, just they do a tremendous job, and ultimately, like I said, it's a very rewarding thing. And finally, if we move.
Well, shall we try to get them back on? A little bit rude not to? Yeah? Yeah? Can you try that? They must try, yeah? Okay. Let's see if they can. Okay. Appreciate you guys' patience with all these issues.
Can you hear us, guys? Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, go. We got you.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry, we got dropped.
Yeah, so I'm not sure when we got dropped off. Did you hear what I was speaking about the different employee resource groups on that slide? Basically, I completed that piece and just wanted to move on to the next slide.
Yes, we heard that. That's great.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So just a couple of areas that just like to call out where we operate, and just all the initiatives and actions that we do. So 5 areas really is the emotional safety and in the belonging space. Just obviously we do a lot of team buildings as much as we can, especially over the last 2 years during the pandemic. It was quite difficult, but we managed it. We had a lot of engagement activities, and we connected this with our employer branding campaigns. Health is obviously is the #1 priority, so we do a lot in that front too. Just how we bring in private healthcare services and very different healthcare services, and on site, just we provide a lot of stuff, just going through vitamin shots and that sort of things. Families, which we have special focus on. Just on the previous slide, I was touching base on that just briefly. Just we support families, we support single parents. What is really essential for us is that when our colleagues returns from maternity leave, we try and be as flexible as much as possible. So, just providing part-time opportunities, providing other flexibilities when they come back. And the reception is really good, actually. And we have quite a few ladies who return from maternity leave to on flexible arrangements. Also, we care a lot about the children. Last year, when I think it was before Wave 4, we had the opportunity to organize a summer camp to the Thermo Fisher children, and it was a great success. Just we had a lot of kids and a lot of Hungarians and non-Hungarians as well. So it was really cool to see the vibe and everything. And we do tons of activities in the psychological, physical safety space, as well as the psychological safe piece. And the way we support our non-citizens, so the non-Hungarians, is also, which is very close to our heart. So that's all in a nutshell, I think. And the very last slide, we just brought.
Okay. Martin, yes? Okay, so let's leave it like that. I don't know if there are questions for Thermo Fisher in Budapest. They may not hear us, but they probably hear us through their platform only. Let's assume that we're done. And Tomasz, and appreciate you guys' presentation. Sorry for the technical issues. So we are on to next presentation, which is Martin Dwór, who you just saw a teaser of. That's Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions in Slovakia. So let's get him on screen here, please. There you are. And I can't recall if you have a presentation or not. Yeah, looks a bit static, yeah. Let's see if he's... Okay. One second.
You're back again, right?
Hey guys, can I make an exception and ask you to log off, and we're gonna wrap you up at this point, if you don't mind, take you off the screen. A little bit rude of me, but we're crossing over the connections with Martin next.
Yeah. Sure.
Any last comments?
No, thanks a lot. And if you are keen to learn more, happy to be available and to connect. Thank you, guys.
And just one sentence really is that we have some really good videos that you can check on our virtual booth. So if you can go there and check, that would be great. But thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys. Thanks very much. Thank you. See ya. Okay, they're going to log off, and in 1 second we'll get on Martin Dwór. While we're waiting for them, yeah. Go ahead. Let's try again. Okay. Okay. Let's see. While we're doing that, I'm going to ask those of you who have not introduced yourselves to just go through your name, a company, and you guys have been introduced. So just your name and your company, and just go down straight the line. We integrate a bit more while we're here.
Yeah. Hi everyone. It's Marsh, European Business Support Center.
Please stand up as well.
So for me, it's Remy Charlotte. I'm also from Marsh EBSC in Warsaw.
Thank you. Sai Mohan from TCS.
Hi, this is Prabal from TCS.
Right. Hi, this is Ken from TCS.
Hi, it's Anna Tradus from Worldline.
Hi, it's Damien Novak, Worldline Financial Services.
Hi, Trevor Hambury from Amerisourcebergen.
Hi, good day everyone. Zygmus from Dexcom.
Hi everyone, Thomas from Dexcom.
And Patricia from Dexcom.
Hi everyone, Lucas from Just Join IT.
Hi everyone, Laura from Cisco.
Hello everybody, I'm Stella from Lionshead.
Hi everyone, Sebastian Sala, Antal.
Hello, Nikola Kishidayova from European Business Services of Holcim.
Hi, Stuart Oldroyd from UiPath, one of the proud sponsors of this event.
Hi everybody, I'm Lucia from the Slovak Investment and Trade Development Agency.
Hi, Janusz from JTA.
Hello everyone, Marcin from Japan Tobacco.
Hi, Tomek Maxwell, JTI.
Hello, Beatrix Mayor from TK Elevator Solution Center Europe.
And she was presenting in the other room if you weren't there. Okay, so we are on. Martin, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can also hear introductions.
Cool. Over to you entirely.
Thank you very much. And let me introduce myself. So Martin Spor here on behalf of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions from Slovakia. And yeah, let me tell you the story of our company. I was very much looking forward to being here in person. Unfortunately, the quarantine plans changed, or quarantine changed my plans, so I have to only go remotely, but well, hopefully it will work. First, come on, what happened? Well, let me tell you some information. So we are Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions. We are part of Deutsche Telekom Group. Majority of you are probably aware of Deutsche Telekom. It's a very large group of companies focusing on telco, telecommunications industry, digital services. And our role as a Slovak company in this world is to act as one of the strategic delivery locations.
Hey, Martin, let me interrupt you, okay? If you can hear me, Martin, we have your presentation here on the screen. So instead of you sharing your screen, don't do that. Just have your camera on. We'll have you where I am, and then our guys will play your presentation from here, okay?
Okay, we can do that bit. Is it okay now? Or should I stop sharing?
Stop sharing. Right?
Okay.
Great, perfect.
Hopefully better now.
Good. Now we can see you.
We are part of the global network. All that network counts in the telecom world some 12,000 people. Slovakia for roughly 1/3 of the people. And within the service, we focus largely on IT services, really ranging from data center support through the cloud, which is currently the dominant customer. In Slovakia, we is under one joint brand. Let me explain what that means in the side. Okay, which is a typical evolution of a shared center business. Really, we started in Slovakia as many others, so really being a cost base, focusing on transactions. Transaction business does customer, you can do that. You can focus on the. As we developed over years, we realized that we achieve the same level of quality, and we needed to specialize. So specialize in certain services, specialize in certain technologies, so that we can maintain the critical mass of people and quality towards customer. And that sort of led to establishment of two broad streams for us, which then later really turned into two different markets we are serving as a nearshore location. One was a pure captive customers, so really the Deutsche Telekom brothers and sisters, so to say, okay, where we serve as a software house to other telecom entities and to support telco applications and telco business processes. I was the systems arm, and that focuses more on, let's say, captive customer as a payer, but really the beneficiary of is outside. So it's an external client, external corporation, typically the one like Daimler's or commercial in the DACH area. And so that's the story behind splitting our T-Systems into two different brands. But then also that opened that opportunity to work on more specific products and more specific services. Why products are so interesting, important? We believe that makes our position more sticky in the group. And sticky now in a positive sense that if we are able to not only deliver the expected on quality, but can contribute to the future, to the revenue building of the group, okay, that makes our location, that makes ourselves more competitive in the group. Okay, and that makes us also more attractive. If you go to the next slide, I will try to explain why we came or how we came to that conclusion that this is important for us. If you look on the left, I think everybody of you knows that back in the past, this was the labor cost differential. Yeah, here is the labor cost between our company and our, let's say, average captive customer. So it was enough to make business case on, we would be delivering that cheaper from Slovakia, easy. Today, that differential is much lower. And second, with all this arrival of remote work and mobility, the labor cost differential stopped any meaning, any sense. Okay, so we lost one of the advantages we had back in 2006. Also, when we analyzed recently the demands for our customers, we realized that over the last 10 years, there was a massive change in demand. Okay? Where in the past, it was simply support for routine, transactional topics, and really focused on the cost efficiency. Those are the blue columns on the right. Today, majority of demands are in the area of tell me what else can you do for us. Yeah, you do well in terms of quality, you do well in terms of cost. We are happy about that as a customer. What else do I need? Make a suggestion. You know our infrastructure, you know our IT, you are delivering us. What should we do differently? Okay, and this demand for telling customer what they should do to develop their experience with the company, that was something definitely new for us. Okay, it was something that up until then was dominantly in the high-cost countries, but more and more often that discussion comes also to Slovakia and to, let's say, these nearshore locations like ours. What it is about? Well, let me look at the next slide. Translate it to one of the examples. Okay. So as a shared center, we were responsible for example, these, let's say, accounts processes and accounts payable processes, the infrastructure underneath, managing partners. What we needed there, really the focus was people who are skilled, people who are technically equipped with the right know-how, people who are process and can really make the process more efficient, automate, etc. But then recently we got an opportunity to compete in a local internal competition to deliver the BI product, the BI platform for the entire group. We went into it and then realized that that topic is far less well defined than the previous one, that the old-fashioned work. Because nobody really could give us a complete brief what a BI platform would be. So we needed to do action. People didn't want to wait. They want solutions tried, tested, modified. So we need to learn new ways of kind of satisfying these direct customer demands. And really, we got got to develop a completely new approach to managing such an expectation. The good news for us was that this new sort of competence is, let's say, more valuable for the customer. Okay, so it generates more money, which is good. So we need to now transform, or we started transforming some of our people to that right-hand side to be more explorers, more customer contacts, more customer partners, rather than just, let's say, tech savvy and technical experts. We need both of them by all means, because these two groups complement each other, but they are also contradictory to each other. Okay, so for example, one thing that we had to achieve was how to uh, retrain or how to motivate the people whom for 10 or 12 years we explained that zero outage and quality and process adherence is the vital thing. Now we need to tell them, well, maybe the process is not as good. Maybe you need to explore something new. Maybe you need to come with new ideas how that process could be challenged. Okay, and it's a fairly difficult thing, for us to somehow say, well, stop believing what we actually talked to you past 10 years, and maybe you should start thinking differently. It doesn't work like that. Okay, so when we tried to do it top down, it didn't really work. Okay, so we could not just from to the product company and that's it. So we actually opted slightly opposite way. We went it from the direction of culture hacking. So if you go to next slide, okay, we supporting small of weeks of people who were more, let's say, into exploring this new way of approaching our customers. Okay, so for example, we started supporting some internal research small teams. Okay, we worked with externals on their ideas of projects, for example, with students. We even invited customers to hackathons and then worked with them in a kind of shadowy, sideway fashion to explore whether that idea makes sense. And that was the way how we started sort of bootstrapping that concept of transformation from delivery of standard services, delivery of process, okay, much more into let's look at the customer, deliver for the customer, deliver product, okay, deliver something that can be repeatedly reused by multiple products, and let's get engaged, let's get our footprint also in that area, okay? Where so far majority of work was done in our headquarters. Okay. If you go to next slide, I can show you maybe a couple of examples where it worked. And from both of these focus I mentioned, is on the left-hand side, you, for example, see some of the new products. Okay, and the way typically these products were developed in the past was in the labs, somewhere in the headquarters, or in the, let's say, mother country, in engineering teams, and then the knowledge was transferred to countries like us, like nearshore or shared center. With these new products like edge computing, the starting position was the same for Slovakia and for Germany, for example. Engineers in both countries knew approximately the same amount of, let's say, details about this technology. When it started, well, we knew little, Germans knew little. So we could not really rely and count on that usual knowledge transfer approach where somebody teaches us how to work with that new thing. That was the first challenge. So how we approached it was, again, through those islands, we identified people who are a little bit beyond their current say space of or scope of knowledge, who are open to exploring and playing with the new technologies, who have the know-how, the structured approach that they can actually conclude their exploration, and they were actually leading the development of these edge components or edge products from the nearshore location. Okay, so they contributed directly to a specific use case, are now on the board, okay, on the product board, the global product board, and discussing with customers the features of such new, let's say, extensions or modules. Okay, same story goes about sovereign cloud. Okay, that was announced fairly recently as a follow-up to a joint European project, yeah, where we, one of the partners, want to commercialize those research outputs. And again, the commercialization means implementing that concept that in a research world into a technical solution, technical product. Partly, this has been done in different countries, and we are now tasked, or we won the competition again with one of our teams to develop this commercial solution for increased cloud security, for cloud data provenance for German market. Okay, not as a T-Systems, because that T-System won that within Germany, but within the group, within T-Systems, the Slovakia was one of the countries that competed, and we were able to put together this team to work on that as a product, really come with specific modules proposals, where we already had a head start because we started with those people a bit earlier. On the right-hand side, you see completely different aspect and completely different approach.
Hey, Martin. Hey, Martin. Also, Martin, if you hear me, I'll ask you if you can wrap up the next 2 minutes. That would be great. If you would, that'd be fantastic.
So really, I need 1 more minute, hopefully. Okay, so just really the examples on the right show how we can also support new technologies, new developments around the topics. So these particular about virtual reality and about new markets like education and medical domains. I can talk more about that perhaps in our virtual booth. There are more detailed videos on some of those endeavors, some of those, let's say, transformation challenges we face. And yeah, I think much more could be talked about that, but time is limited in this particular slot. So I would be really happy to meet you in our virtual booth. If you have further questions, if you want to see further details, then that's a more intensive way to do it.
Great.
And
thank you, Martin.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very, very much. And sorry for the technical problems at the beginning, but thank you very, very much. And this is a reminder, many of the presenters today have these digital booths on the Brella platform where they have the videos running there, so that's also kind of nice to take a look at that. Okay, we are going to go on to our last morning presentation, and we're going to say goodbye to Martin, which we did already. So we are going to jump into Just Join IT, and I'd like to invite up Piotr Nowosielski, who is the co-founder and CEO of Just Join IT, which I guess is the #1 IT job board in Poland, right? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
I'll let you explain it all, but let me add one thing. I watched him play chess in Gdańsk a few months ago, so I said, will you join us here? He's going to take on anyone in chess. I don't think anyone will beat him, but it'd be fun to watch the game take place. But if anyone wants to try it out, please do so after this.
Yeah, I invite everybody to play chess. Here's the chessboard outside, and if you would like to donate for Ukraine and play chess, you are more than welcome. Okay. Okay, we can start with some kind of short video. However, should I use this or maybe is it enough for you? Can you hear me?
No, they can't hear you. The Brella guys.
Better? Better?
No,
better without the echo.
No, you gotta have Brella. Won't hear you. Our online guys are not here, so you gotta be on the microphone.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll try maybe to put it like that.
Not just these guys. Keep in mind. It's
Okay. 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 So I will try to minimize the echo so that you don't have, you know, your heads break. Okay, so maybe we can share the video at first, and then I will just share you our story.
There's a few more seats here. Elias, others, close now. Please come on in.
Okay, that was a short intro about us. How can I change the slides?
Just say it, he'll do it for you.
Oh, it would be really hard to say because I have almost 100 slides.
Don't scare us like that.
Okay, I will try to check it. Okay. Can we make it much more bigger regarding this left things in the corner? Because I think that for everybody here it would be much more visible. Okay, nice. Hi everybody, once again. Tom, thank you for inviting me for this day and for this conference. I'm Piotr Nowosielski and I'm a CEO and founder of Just Join IT. We're a tech job board here in Poland, and I would like to take half an hour from your today's live to tell you something more about our story, but something more about how to attract talent that are not searching for a job, that probably won't work in big corporation, and so on and so on and so on. And I'd like to share with you some examples that are, let's say, out of the box, and what we've done with this. So it will be all based on some kind of examples and our journey that can be adapted also to your companies. Okay, what we are doing actually is that we are having a job board, and job boards are the products that are similar all around the world, and the job boards are really boring, and almost all the job boards are pretty much the same, and it is almost the same. And when we started, we have no knowledge about the market, no money for the marketing, but we are trying to take these things in a different way that I would like to show it to you. What is more also important, so that you would like to know the situation, it's like in the ABBA song, it's like in the marketplace industry, and especially in the job board industry, it's like that the winner takes all. And that was much more the challenge for us to also be much more different than the others. And we try to find a way what to do, and I'd like to show you what you with your companies can do to become different than the others. And okay, in the States, in Silicon Valley, it is said that, okay, you need to start in a garage. That's how the Apple started, the Google, Amazon. And when somebody from abroad told me like this, I told them like that, okay, guy, but you haven't seen the Polish garage. That's how it looks like here in us. So in fact, we are not doing business in garage and startups. We are doing business in blocks. That's our blockchain here. So we invented blockchain even it was popular. And that's how we started, and that was the team. The team in 2017 with 2 or 3 guys that knows nothing about. Yes, this guy with the pizza tie, it's me. So it was rather that kind of start. And after 5 years and having no money, no brand, zero know-how, and no traffic, and especially no money. Right now, we are a group of 200 people that creates a job board that is visited for over 500,000 people monthly, and is the biggest players here in Central Eastern Europe. And I will show you how we do it and what you could take from your company. And regarding our products, we're like a job board, but closely more to Airbnb, let's say, for job seekers, because we're like a labor map of the tech industry here in Poland. Okay, and maybe let's. It was a short introduction about myself, so that you could know much more what we are doing currently. And in the end, you have two problems, and I think that most of the companies that are recruiting are having 2 problems. First problem is that tech talent is not looking for a job, you know that. And the second thing is that they do not fall in love with your company. You know, you are probably not hyper growth, sexy startups, rather big, well-funded corporation, so that the Generation Z guys are considered, okay, I will be just a tiny pieces in some kind of a big puzzle, and this is really a big challenge. And I also aware, and you are all aware, that you can pay very competitive salaries. However, they are not interested in that, and I will explain it to you shortly. However, of course, as Yoda said, always hope there is, and for you there is also a lot of hope. And regarding our research and regarding the things, what are the most important things regarding the developers changing their job? 90% based on our surveys said that they will change their job according to that they can upskill themselves. This is one of the most important stuff. The second thing is the good vibes inside the company. The third thing is the culture fit, which takes much more and more importance in these times. And the fourth thing is the work-life balance, and then is the money. Of course, taking on the situation more on the West, the money will be minor and minor. Here in Poland, you know, 5 years ago, the money would be for the 90%, but right now everyone is aware of the fact that everybody can earn a lot of money here in this industry. So right now they already earned a lot of money, and they are not so interested about money only itself. So that's the situation. Also, another interesting question is like that: why top talents don't want to listen to you? Because you are talking with the top tech talents on LinkedIn through your recruiters. Through your recruiters, and top talents considered recruiters as a salesman, and that's something that is totally wrong. And first of all, I think that everybody should understand what is the guy, the perfect guy who the developer would like to talk to. And this is also something that we discovered, that the tech guy would rather talk to 95% of them would like to talk to another devs and would like to understand what is your company situation regarding okay, what's the developers who works there approach, how do they feel, what's their insights, and so on and so on and so on. Then they would like to talk about and know the situation from, you know, CEO, CTO perspective, and the recruiter is just for the 10%. And of course you can influence this tech talents with the recruiters who could tell the things by the developers' mouth. But I will tell you more about that later. So the solution and the things that are the most important regarding the way that we are doing for the last 5 years are considered these three things. First of all is the dev talk. So it's talking about the developers language, and this is the fact that we saw regarding our social media, regarding many things, that okay, they are much more familiar when they're reading something that is read by the developer, even when it's the dev story regarding some kind of changing job, and so on and so on. And it is considered to all the tech talents from the white collar industry. Second thing is bringing value, and this value can be bring by many from many angles, and it's not the knowledge. It can be the joy, it can be the excitement. And the third thing is creating community, and every brand should also focus on creating community. We and I standing here for you, you know, having the biggest IT community here in Poland. However, I'm not a developer, I do not know them, but I try to follow what they like and give them some kind of entertainment. And we, 5 years ago, put a bet on creating a community, and we don't know how to do it because there is no clear recipe on doing it. However, we try to make things, we try to attract them from many different angles. And what is also important regarding these boring job boards, and why we, let's say, are much more interesting to them rather than others. It's like that the best products wins on this market, not because they have better products, but that they communicate in the best way with its customers. For us, our customers are the tech tech talents. And here are some kind of 10 unusual things that take us from zero from our blockchain to 200 people right now that help us grow. And before it, I can share with you some kind of data regarding our Google Analytics in the first days when we started and launching Just Join IT and doing some kind of ordinary stuff like, okay, posting some ordinary things on social media, making only that kind of stuff. We have like 30,000 page views of our job ads on our website, so it wasn't so much, and we needed to make much more a bigger deep dive into that. What we can do more to engage this top talent to use our platform and to look at the companies that we have on our site. And the solutions that I will show you do not require for us any money because we do not have any money. It requires us, let's say, being in some kind of a brave, and requires us courage to test the things. And I think even though you are big, great brands, you can also test the things like that. So the first things was engaging them and bringing value by crowdsourcing. As I told you, I'm not a developer, so I don't know how to bring value by high quality content. However, I know how to make things regarding crowdsourcing and telling, okay, the developers like helping each other. So at the first days of Just Join IT, we took hundreds of common problems for developers, for the junior ones, and then told them, okay, we will find a way that you don't need to look for the answers on Google. We just send it to our companies, to the CEOs, to the CTOs, and try to encourage them to answer to that kind of questions. And for the last 5 years, we have found 100 of that kind of questions that was answered by CEOs, by CTOs, by tech leads. And this brings a lot of value to the industry, and it positions a lot of companies in that kind of sense. And it wasn't required for us any knowledge, let's say. It was just engaging the developers to help each other. The second thing that was the biggest growth hack in the first years was creating live streams, but rather showing them different perspective and talking to them with the developer language. In the beginnings, it was like this. Okay, I'm having a job board with the companies. However, these developers would like probably to understand the perspective for how it is to work in some particular companies. And of course, it is easy to understand how is this to work with your friends' company and so on, but it is really hard to understand, let's say, for example, how it is to work in Google, in Wikipedia, in Facebook, in Amazon, and so on. So I catch some of the Polish developers on LinkedIn and encourage them to spend with me 2 hours on the live stream so that they could share with me their knowledge and to speak with this dev community with their language. And I started that, and I started making live streams with them and bringing high quality content about working from all over the world, which engaged over 50,000 developers from Poland, and that helps us to become much more popular. However, it also helps the companies who take part in it and who also try to support us, being let's say tech leaders for every of the live stream that we had. And in fact, it was looking like this. I was sitting in my blogs with my camera on the bottle and trying to just looking so much more intelligent than right now, and to not talk so much and to just follow the guys that I was invited to, and who brings thousands of guys to the live stream that costs nothing. And for me, it was, to be honest, rather boring because I'm not the tech guy. So in order to do not fall asleep, I was just, watching the sport matches in the back. that was true, and that was something that, you know, I just have a place where I put interesting developers from abroad companies, and I encourage them to share with their story, how they find this job, how much they are earning money, how they live, let's say, in Japan, in Dubai, in New York, in Australia, because I just invited my not friends, but the developers from my country who live abroad. And it helps us gain much more popularity, and it helps us, and many companies, others, try to follow that and try to make that kind of a live streams on their own, which helps them also with their employer branding. The effects of that kind of things was that we grow 10 times regarding the attractiveness of the tech talent. The tech talent started to, listen to us because they know, they're bringing some kind of value. So probably these companies that took place in that kind of things are also interesting. And it generates 10 times much more traffic in Just Join IT in 2017, and we grew to about 300,000 page views of the ads on the month. So that was the effects of it. Then we think, that works, so maybe let's focus much more on creating community around us and to engage talents to that. And in order to also create that kind of communities, it is always good to make some things opposite. You know, I was really boring about all the reports, like, the developer salaries, and so on. Everybody knows the developer have very big salaries. So we try to think differently. Let's make a report about something different. Let's make an anti-report about not the salaries, but the lifestyle of developers. Let's say, what are their addictions? Do they smoke? Do they take drugs? And so on and so on. How do they live? Do they live alone, or maybe do they live with their moms? And it was that kind of things that we try to think. So what kind of music do they listen to when they are programming? Do they listen to pop, heavy metal, some kind of disco music, or maybe classical ones? So it was something that was created really easily, and it was filled by over 10,000 developers without any cost on marketing. Why? Because we try to do something different, and we also put a lot of things to that quality content that haven't been inside the industry ever. The second thing, the fourth thing that I would like to tell you. So we were just a smaller companies, but we try to look that we are not, let's say, or try to engage them. We know very big brands, let's say, that have their own brand heroes, like, Chester with Cheyo Chips, Bugs Bunny, and so on, and think, maybe we can have our own brand hero. We cannot have, money for any actor, so we just take somebody from our company and put a helmet on his head, so that he won't be, shy or something like that. So we just, overcome this and try to record some kind of funny videos regarding stuff connected to IT. And it was really popular to the industry that we've made a lot of GIFs and a lot of things with this with little cost. And it is something also that might be implemented to every company regarding some kind of a branding itself. Regarding some kind of bringing value, when we see that when we see that we are doing something and it works out regarding my live streams on the blogs, then after 2 years we think, let's make some kind of breakfast with programming. So it is like the series of repeatedly meetings online that is that takes seniors from the companies that they are commenting the situation of tech market 1 week about the backend, the second week about the front end, and we do it repeatedly. And it is also something really easy. It doesn't require any knowledge from our perspective, because we just invite in the guys who would like to positionize themselves as an expert. And you could also make that kind of stuff, taking guys from your company higher and telling them, we will create for you a space when you can share with your knowledge outside outside, when you can also positionize our companies like that. And we invited a lot of companies that help them also engaging top talents, because the guys saw, okay, hey, this guy is really clever. I would like to work with him. This guy is clever. I would like to work with him. So this is something that was also really easy, really cheap, and really helps us.
Was that also on YouTube only, or your website?
Yeah, we stream it on social media, like on Facebook, on YouTube. Yes. We also advise different companies to make that kind of stuff. Okay. Also, the different thing, it is, I'm encouraging you to make some things in the opposite. And when you started thinking about that, you think, okay, when somebody makes reports, we make anti-reports. So if somebody is making some kind of meetings and meetups with developers that are concentrated on knowledge, okay, maybe it's not our core strength, so maybe we can take them and let's make some kind of fun and sport with them. First of all, it sounds, of course, some kind of a crazy. Come on, who developers would really like to be engaged in some kind of a sport? Impossible. Okay, but when you are putting the sport inside the tech industry, it is something totally different. For example, we are organizing and hosting Just Join Olympics, which is the Olympic Games, but for the tech industry. What I mean by that? On the Olympics, you are throwing the disc. Here, you are throwing the hard disk. It is totally the same. You have some kind of strongman competitions like farmer walk, something like that. We have the developer walk. You can run on the Olympics on 1,000 meters. Here you are running with the laptop for 1,024 meters, because it's like the binary number. So we are making that kind of stuff like work-life balance competitions, throwing the monitors, and it becomes a lot of popular. Companies are creating their own T-shirts to compete with the medals standings with several of different competitions that is made by that. And this is also something all these equipments are from trash. So we take it from electronic trash and then put it once again to the trash. So we do not, crash anything. Also, the city that we are hosting it are really pleased to do it, because they wanted to promote their city. So we have the stadium for free, and the money from tickets are mostly donated for some kind of a organization that help children fighting with some kind of cyber inequalities. And this is also something really engaging the developers. This is something that everybody can, let's say, organize, that kind of hackathon that don't need to be hackathon only for that kind of stuff. It can be also stuff like that. Okay, the next thing is the children education. So, in my opinion, education of children is very important. And when you positionize yourself and when you take your talent to educate also our younger generation with some kind of stuff, you can see with your organization that there will be a lot of excitement about helping of this, and you will also be positioning yourself as a brand that takes care of this. I was taken apart and write a few papers in a book that was dedicated to the Polish children regarding going into the security world. Okay, when we were talking about much more being immersed into this industry, here this is a very famous picture, let's say meme, with 4 Polish developers. It's something 20 years ago and so on, and we took, okay, if we would like to be inside this industry really much, maybe we should even became these guys. So we make a campaign that was also engaging and try to behave like them. and it was also something that was really simple because I do not have Dolce and Gabbana things on my hand. It was everything was from second hand, but it was also the things that catch their eyes. And to make some things and to attract the talent, you need to catch their eyes in some kind of a different way. And no matter if you are a big company, small, if you have the budgets or not, we do not have any budget, really. We do not have any budget. So we need to think about that in that kind of an angle. Of course, then we go much more further like that. And it was something, interesting for the industry because nobody do things like that. Silly job boards, all the job boards are the same, but Just Join IT is creating something more. And when we are telling something more, we try to make more things. For example, art branding is also something maybe invented by us, but let's say we try, maybe we can even connect art with us in some kind of a way. So we encourage some independent indie artists to paint for us the paintings of the technologies, and then we put it into the charity, and we take about over 50,000 zlotys for all these paintings. Many tech companies in Poland just taking part into it and putting more and more money into that kind of, let's say, good charity competition, let's say. And it was also something, in a different style. It doesn't require for us money because one of these paintings costs $100, let's say, regarding this, that it was made really by the indie painters, and everything was donated to the charity. And the last thing that I would like to show you, so that you can visualize what kind of a way we just went through, is that we also think, maybe we can make much more fun with them, because, tech talent is so attacked with many things considered, they have a lot of high quality content, and sometimes they just want to relax. So we think, maybe we can design the program like Millionaires, when you can win $1 million, but of course we don't have $1 million. So we designed the Programista 100K, when you can earn 1,000 zloty. And it is on YouTube, and it is a very popular show, actually, here in Poland. We just created 10 episodes of it, where the developers compete with each other and have 15 questions to ask to grab 100,000 zloty. And it was, of course, it cost us money, finally, something cost us money. However, it was made like a year ago, but everything was like this. Let's create some kind of engaging content. Let's use something that was used before, but let's suit it and adapt it to our industry. And we know that in the fourth quarter we would create the second series of it, but and to engage the companies, because we received a lot of questions like this. We have really strong backend and front-end developers. We would like to be and take part for this, because all the questions was also only about the tech, and so on. So one of the team was able to reach to the latest 15th question for 100,000 zloty. I don't want to reveal and spoil you if they won that or not. However, it was really engaging, and 100,000 of people watched it. So this is also another stuff what to do regarding creating some kind of excitement, bringing value that is right from this perspective, something more than just the content. And effects in total was 100x, because right now we have over 3 or almost like now 4 million page views each month. We do not put literally no money on marketing and on ads, and we are not also concentrated on search engine optimization. Why? Because we try to create that kind of brand engagement and love brand around our brand that was much more that we believe that is much more intense. And it wasn't, of course, easy, but it is something repeatable. And to be honest with you, you can do really the same. You can do really the same because it is sometimes it's the approach is like this: that to scale, and even to scale regarding recruitment, you need to do things that don't scale. And for us, the things that don't scale, yes, was organizing the things like live streams, when I need to find the guys from LinkedIn that I invited to that kind of things, and then to invite other guys to be taking part in a series of 10 of that kind of streams. So we've made a lot of things that doesn't scale. However, all in all, that things that doesn't scale help us because it grows with the word of mouth of the developers here in the region. And some kind of key takeaways from my perspective, how to grow up from zero employee branding to love brand. Regarding 5 years of Just Join IT is like that. First of all, you need to bet on community. That's really important, and from my perspective, everybody could create a community regarding your brand, regarding the framework that you are doing, regarding the industry that you are in. And if you would like to do it, you need to speak with your developers language. You need to put your guys in front of your company, the guys who would like, who are the experts, who have the knowledge, who knows and understands what to do. Bring them their value and the content they love, and test it, iterate it, explore it, and change. It won't be like that tomorrow you will organize, YouTube shows and so on. However, when you put that kind of way of thinking into your organization, I think that it would only be beneficial to you. It is nothing. It is nothing more than disrupting the way that you are thinking. What's next? Of course, you need to be yourself as a brand. We are like that, and that's why maybe we have that kind of solutions. However, the ideas are millions of them. So from my perspective, very important in these times regarding the Generation Z and so on is shortening the distance, to do not see us as a big players who knows everything and feel that we are the best. And of course, be patient with this process and trust the process, because we also design things that doesn't work. However, we trust the process of creating communities, of making things in a repeatable way, and just enjoying the ride. And in the end, I have that kind of stuff. Why the best things in employer branding are for free, from my perspective? Because community is a killer and you cannot buy it. When you create a community around your brand, it will be something that cannot be bought. It will be because of the work that you've done and the value that you bring to them. And that's the industry that I am on right now. The industry of job boards that are clones, that looks almost the same. And from our perspective and from my team, I believe that we are like that on this industry. And this is something that I'd like to leave you with, that talking with their language, bringing value, and creating community are the things that are the most important ones. And these are some of the brands that trust us, from Google, Amazon, Samsung, Nokia, Volvo, and so on. And it was doing without any capital, because we are 100% bootstrap company. And it's all started with bringing that kind of values and talking with their languages. Okay, and that's all. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it. there was a contact to me that disappeared right now. However, my name is Piotr. Oh yes, here is my email, Piotr at Just Join IT. Here is my Twitter and so on. So if you would like to be in touch here on LinkedIn, I will be also here. I welcome you to play chess with me and donate something to Ukraine. And if you have any questions regarding that kind of stuff, I'm more than welcome. Do you have any questions right now, maybe?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Could you please reveal the results of the research about the lifestyle of those
Yeah, I can
developers?
send it to you. No problem. No problem. Just because we have a report about that, so I can easily send it to you. Just ping me on, let's say, LinkedIn.
More questions? Yes.
Yes. Thank you. First of all, it was a great presentation. But my question to you as a non-developer, what have some of your most interesting findings about the developers, about the community been?
Oh, there are many findings regarding the community. To be honest, we created, let's say, a lot of minor communities inside the tech, which gathers almost 200,000 guys. However, regarding that kind of findings, you really need to talk with their languages because they have specific sense of humor, specific taste, and many things they can blame you, they can get ashamed you, and so on and so on. And if you do not understand them well, but when you do, and when you be with this community inside much more, then you can take a lot of beneficial ways of doing stuff with them. However, first of all, the biggest findings for me was this: like, okay, let's think about like them. Let's think like them.
Fantastic presentation.
Okay, so I will be here if you would like to talk or play chess. So thank you once again.
Great. Thank you very much, Piotr. Very super. Round of applause. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we are on for lunch now. We are back here at 2 o'clock for our last presentation, our biggest panel. There are 4 people on the panel for nearshoring, 3 case studies. Should be interesting. Smacznego, have lunch now, back here at 2 o'clock.
Two. Ty, 1, 2. Będzie? Co? Wydaje mi się, że wszystko będzie. No, w tym...
Okay. You guys look very serious. Very serious. Okay. All right. Biggest panel we've had. Okay, so this is the last one for the day. Topic nearshoring in Poland. And I will let Szymon introduce his panelists. We've got about 50 minutes, 1 hour or so, and over to you guys.
Thank you, Tom. So hi, welcome to the panel. Nearshoring to Poland, competitive solution to European talent shortfall. And it's a true pleasure to lead this panel with such great panelists and also in front of such a great public. My name is Szymon Stadnik. I'm CEO of iTalents. We are fast-growing outsourcing IT and back office provider. We build and manage IT and back office teams for international corporations from US, Western Europe, and Japan. And the goal for this panel is to convince some of you, but also international organizations who are looking for high-quality skills to use Poland as best talent pool in Europe. And there are still, I believe, many corporations which did not experience, which did not have an experience using Polish specialists. And however, they are undergoing either business or digital transformation, they need a lot of affordable and qualified engineers and specialists. So also COVID accelerated the transition, digital transition, and increased enormously demand for high qualified tech and financial talent all around the world. And if you look at the statistics, 70% of British companies right now are experiencing IT talent shortfall. There is a situation similar in European Union. There is 600,000 unfilled IT jobs. And in US, there is a prediction that there's going to be a shortfall of IT specialists of 1.2 million by 2026. So can Poland be the potential market for nearshoring activities and can be support to increase the quality of IT and back office, middle office operations of international corporations, and how to access the Polish talent. Should the organization build their own shared service center, GBS, here in Poland, to tap the talent potential here in Poland, or maybe to use the service provider, local or global? So welcome, please welcome our great panelists who have really broad experience in setting up and running the operations here in Poland. And if I could start with and ask you guys to make a small introduction about yourself and the organization you've been working for, and we could start with Paweł.
So, hello, my name is Paweł Płocki. I'm the head of, head of Trumpf Shared Services in Warsaw. Trumpf is a German company, a producer of machine tools and manufacturing lasers. It's a family-owned, still family-owned, completely family-owned company, 14,000 employees globally, approximately.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Katarzyna Zalewska. I am head of shared services of Husqvarna Group, newly established CEE in Warsaw, here in place ever since May last year. Husqvarna probably is known to everybody. It's a Scandinavian originating company delivering utility goods in the area of forestry and gardening, and actually being quite a top seller in its segment and in Gardena brands, because that's also part of our portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day all. My name's Bill Brooks. Thank you to Tom and Shimon for inviting me to this panel. I'm a bit of a nomad. I'm Australian, as you may be able to tell. I've lived 15 or 16 years in Hong Kong. I've lived in Tokyo. I've lived twice in London, and now I've lived in Poland. I've been coming to Poland since 2014 and made the permanent move back in early 2018. The reason I can talk about nearshoring to Poland, because I've got two relevant examples. I did a centre for Cathay Pacific, a full-service international airline. Back in, we opened it for business early 2016. And then we've done the same thing with a totally different industry in Standard Chartered, where I work now. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you guys explain and outline what is the story of your GBS, which you are building over the last several years? So maybe we can start with Kasia.
Yeah, so I think there was a thorough decision to actually standardize and centralize operations. Poland was one of the shortlisted countries. It wasn't obvious, must say, at the very beginning. But then decision was driven by several factors, talent pool amongst others, but also excellent experience that we can offer on the market, let's just say. I think Husqvarna is in excellent momentum for driving such a change. Year-on-year growth for the group is 30% these days, so it gives us enormous opportunities to actually invest in standardized and centralized models. Yeah, there's a part that is a part of the bigger growth program that is coming for the group for next 5 to 6 years. And so our presence, and that's why we are here, basically.
Great. And Bill?
Thank you. Again, I'll talk about these two examples in parallel, because if you do this sort of thing anywhere in the world, the decision-making or data points that you need to uncover as part of your due diligence are pretty much the same wherever you go. There are some local tweaks that need to be made to those models, but I've used the same due diligence in both areas, and I think Kasia hit the nail on the head. It's not just about the cost of labour, it's attracting the right talent pool, and Poland has a very highly educated, willing to learn, talent pool in a lot of the major cities. And that's the reason we ended up coming to Poland first and foremost. It's not about just the price. We could pay rock bottom dollars, but you won't get the expertise to deliver the roles that you want to do. So talent pool, location, and there's numerous other criteria, but they're two of the main ones, Shimon.
So in case of Trumpf, I was clearly told cost is not an issue, and the cost is not a driver for the decision to create SSC in Poland. Trumpf was looking for, that has already been mentioned before, the language pool, especially for German, because German company, unfortunately, still it's really difficult to escape the language dependency, let's say, mainly because there is plenty of people in the local business who work for the company for many, many years. Many of them simply don't speak English or speak very, very poor English, which makes German an absolute requirement. Of course, not 100% of staff, but it's some of, let's say, key roles have to be German speakers. So not for cost, that's for sure. I'm now the SSC is evolving. We are moving into more GBS type of organization, which also means there is a new, let's say, management at the top that will lead the GBS organization. And I had a conversation recently with the future boss of my current boss, who told me clearly at the end of our discussion, I don't care about the cost. I need the organization to be that type of organization that whoever in the business who has an issue will gladly call you or drop you an email, a message, speak to you and get his issue or his query resolved, right? So that's the way that the organization looks at GBS.
And thanks. And my experience over the last 10 years is that Polish sector, shared service centers, GBS, and the business service sector is changing really fast. And roles which are coming to Poland are changing, and the demand is changing to more knowledge-intense roles. So also the simple roles are being automated all around the world. And I wanted to ask, what is your experience in your organizations, and how do you compare the initial goals which were at the beginning where we were setting up your shared service center, or the GBS which actually you built before, because all of you guys had numerous experiences setting up different organizations. So how did it change over the last years? What were the initial goals, and what are the current goals toward the services which you are providing? Maybe, yeah, we can start with Paweł.
So from my perspective, like 10 years plus ago, Poland was considered as a place to push everything that we don't want to handle elsewhere. It was kind of a place where majority, obviously, of transactional services, whether they are working or not working or half working, were pushed because it was clear that Poland will be able to deliver whatever is the state of the process, and somehow along the line, I think it kind of evolved. So where we are now is definitely not where we were 10 years ago. There is that expectation that Poland will not only manage these transactional processes, which again, majority of them either are in the process of being automated or have already been automated, but also deliver so-called value add, right? So Poland is, at least in my organization, Poland is where the organization expects the competencies to be built to support the business with analytics, for example, with automations also, because automations happen quite smoothly within SSC environment, let's say. They do not happen so smoothly in the business. So it's a little bit different story. And SSC having the experience of delivering out, maybe not only automations, digitalization, let's put it that way, within the SSE is much better candidate to support internally the business to deliver in the business directly. So at least that's the expectation from my headquarters.
Thank you. What you just said is very interesting, Pavel. I think, first and foremost, we no longer shared services or GBSs that used to be known years ago. Yes, everything has started with the simple transactional processes, but that is relatively easy to manage and deliver automations and what else. But I think there is an element of education that once we will have proven that delivery model in the simple services, then organizations are more and more eager to actually allow for the migrations on more complex processes, like controlling that hasn't been the case years ago, like statutory reporting, but we're also starting to talk multifunctional shared services. So no longer just finance, P&O, as we call it, HR in our company, or IT, but then we're talking functions like legal, we're talking marketing, we're talking a couple of others. And why is that? It's, again, it's back to talent pool, but then there is an element of upskilling and reskilling that is happening on the market. And I also like to think there is a pressure coming out of generations now, because very often we have quite young employees that are looking for quick change. They are very much used to delivering simple tasks, but then they get bored. It is really up to us to actually ensure certain level of excitement and maintain that talent pool. And that is happening through reskilling, quite oftenly. And I think that will be actually, it will be a future change, a future trend in shared services. People moving away of finance, whatever, even IT, to move to other functions.
Thank you. The goals of our organisation, Standard Chartered, we started this journey, well, I think the board signed it off early 2018, but it was to really migrate roles from high-cost locations, say in London, say in New York, in Singapore, to a more cost-effective location. That ended up being Warsaw. One of the reasons Warsaw was picked was because of its talent pool. And we're one of 5 GBSs the bank has. We go to India, where there's 2 very large ones, many, many thousands of people, but the type of skills employed there, they do the very laborious process working, whereas we're now become the global headquarters for cyber security. We do a lot of work across the bank out of Warsaw for treasury areas like modelling, like analytics. We can secure those skill sets here in Warsaw, and there's one particular programming language that's unique to cyber security. There are a couple of universities down in Krakow that have this language talent. So again, talent is everything, and so if you ask how have our goals been reached, the answer, it's a bit like a never-ending journey. The board gets very demanding, but if you look at it in terms of our commitments to the government, we're 2 years ahead of schedule. We started off in July with a small team of 12. There'll be a big announcement shortly. We're past the 1,000 mark. Wow. And this is all done in 2 years of pandemic situation. But the key learnings out of the pandemic that I think we're all experiencing are the changes in the way we work. No longer 9 to 5, everybody has a desk, hybrid working, some from home, some from not. The simple onboarding process and recruitment processes, no more face-to-face coming into the office. We had to adapt very quickly, which we did, but that's also a credit to the employee base out there that we were able to attract. Mm-hmm. So it has been successful, and this journey is for us never ending.
Oh, cool. So actually, this is a bit, I will dig a little bit further over here. COVID, but also cultural fit. So this is even more important right now during the COVID, during the remote work. that people who are hired, they cannot fit into organization in the same way and immerse into the corporate culture as you had it before. And I wanted to ask, what is your experience of how do you see the cultural fit between Polish guys who are being onboarded and who are working in your GBS here in Poland, and the peers in UK and in Western Europe? How do you see a big difference? How also the peers from UK see the colleagues here in Poland?
There's a couple of points I'd like to raise here. Bottom line is the Polish people are highly educated. As we discussed the other day, I'm the exception. I speak English and a lot of phrases in a fair few languages. But I can walk around one of the floors up the road here, and I'd be surprised if I didn't find someone that spoke at least 3 languages, let alone 2. And it goes on. Roger Federer speaks 7 languages. He does 7 press conferences every day in 7 languages. This is a sort of talent we have here. It's not, language is not so a big requirement for us because our business is predominantly done in English. At Cathay Pacific, the premise of building that centre in Krakow was to support the subcontinent in India, the Middle East, Europe and the UK. We could attract not only people with travel and customer service experience, but they had the language capability as well. So again, I really do emphasise this, have a look at your location, get your talent right first, then you can start looking at the other important criteria.
Thank you. The way I look at it is, our employees, they speak multi-languages. Yes, that's exactly what it is. They used to study abroad, they used to live abroad. This is how they pick the languages. So they're not far off from the cultural requirements of the countries that we're servicing today. I shall say, however, what I can see, it's more like a change that is needed on the receiving sides, let's just say, because they need to be in the position to actually accept us as employees. Mm-hmm. And that sometimes takes time. Not because they don't like us, but we are a very old company. We're originating in 18th centuries. There's been lots of changes in this company, but also countries would have had quite a lot of independence in running the businesses, let's just say. Now they need to learn how to be a part of corporate. And this is, with us on board right now, this is quite accelerated way of accepting the change, I shall say. But then, from this point of view, I can see that we have a way for development of certain functions, like proper HR business partnering, let's just say, that should actually address that. So we no longer, again, even within shared services, we no longer have simple HR that is only onboarding, offboarding people, checking KPIs, this type of things. They actually serving the function of business partnering to maintain and to adjust us as center, as people delivering the service, but also work on the other side. So that's another quite interesting evolution in that type of business, I shall say.
And one sentence on culture or culture fit. Again, I might be biased because I'm Polish as well, but I guess we don't have an issue of culture difficulties, let's say, or culture gaps when it comes to companies from the West. And Polish are really easygoing, I would say. There is no cultural issue. It's a little bit different story with Asia because we simply don't really understand how Asia mindset works. But on the other hand, we are also quite adaptive, I would say. Again, from experience, I haven't seen an instance or a situation where it was impossible for us us being Polish, to cooperate with anybody. It might have been difficult at times, especially India, China, again, as I said, Asia, but we are able to adapt pretty quickly, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thank you. And actually, I would relate to what you said, Kasia. This is interesting, and this is also my experience. What we are quite often confronted with here in Poland when we are supporting the clients from abroad is we do see the cultural clash, but it's not originating from the geography. So we're Polish, they're Germans or Swedish. It's more that we are working in, or we have an experience working with a little bit different kind of organizations. So quite a lot of people who are doing nearshoring and working GBS, they come out of the international organizations, which are well established, have corporate culture. And more often, the companies which are utilizing the potential of Polish market are actually family-run, medium-sized companies all around Western Europe. And the corporate culture there is actually a family business-run company. And everybody who was working with a family business-run company here in Poland, it can also witness that there is a huge cultural difference between the guys who are trying or want to standardize, improve the processes and make some corporate culture and systems into the family-run businesses. So I guess this is something which is more challenging than So okay, so thank you for sharing this. And actually, when we say with the differences, how, Pavel, do you see, and what is your experience, the impression about the quality of the people and the quality of the skills here in Poland, and how does that compare with the the colleagues in the headquarters? Do you see the difference? What is your experience?
Well, probably the most hated answer, that depends.
This is tricky question.
So I don't know if it's really about comparing competencies in SSC versus the business or headquarters, whatever, because it's just simply a different set of competencies, right? The reason we created SSC is to have somebody deliver stuff which is not core business for the company, but it is core business for the SSC, which automatically means the set of competencies is slightly different. I do not necessarily need in SSC, of course, depending on scope we have, but I do not necessarily need someone with huge sales experience that I do need in headquarters, right? Because I don't deliver sales unless I start to, which is also a possibility. But from my standpoint, there is no reason even to make comparisons skill set wise. Again, it's different type of job we are delivering.
Okay, and Kasia, what is your experience?
Would sort of tend to agree. I don't see there is a major obstacle between headquarters and SSC as such, because these are two different sets of organizations per se. But what I think is important is that sponsorship and proper PR of shared service center done by headquarters. This is how we're getting recognized, this is how we're getting accepted to the company, and that builds natural curiosity about our organization, I shall say, yeah? And so everybody have heard of us, no one have seen it, which is actually a good thing, because this is what we want. But Husqvarna is extremely sensitive and vigilant about people's relationship, I shall say, because that's a family-owned company. And so from this standpoint of view, we're making extra mile and making sure that people have a chance to speak to other functions. People have a chance even to travel. Although COVID obviously changed the situation, but yeah, we're ensuring that everybody is equally bought into the vision and the strategy of the company. And so that should not matter whether we're sitting in Warsaw delivering, you know, paying invoices. This is a big, you know, big guys selling the equipment that actually drills Warsaw Metro today.
Wow.
So should not matter.
Thanks.
Again, Shimon, a good question. for me, culture is just an extension of the people. The people will drive the culture. But when setting up these countries, centres in different countries, what you've got to remember is a premise: when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So both organisations that I've worked with spent a lot of time bringing the corporate culture, but delivering it, but also localising aspects of it so it was relevant to the people that make it happen in those organisations. I'm sure we're no different to a lot of other companies out there in terms of diversity and inclusion. We celebrate this. You know, last Friday, we celebrated St Patrick's Day, so everyone came to work in green. Today, we had a lunch and learn, or we're having a lunch and learn session on doing business in Japan because it's the start of the cherry blossom season, Hanami. So we do these things, and that helps expand the knowledge but get people involved. We've got Easter coming up. Now, what some of you, or a lot of you may not know, to some people, Good Friday is the most important day of the Easter break. You never work on Good Friday and you never work on Christmas Day. I came to Poland for the first time and I was working on Good Friday. But you have to adapt. You're in Poland. And this is a key attribute of all the people I've seen in Poland. They are readily adaptable. And it's to your point, they've gone overseas with their parents, they've been brought up in other countries, they've studied in other countries. So when a change happens or something new happens, it is very easy for them to adapt.
Mm-hmm. So actually, if we can stay with also your experience, Bill. We just had a discussion with Pavel just before the panel. But what is the value proposition of Poland right now? And Bill, I just wanted to ask you, what is your opinion? What do you see on the market based on your experience? Is Poland still a location considered as a cost-effective, low-cost location, or rather a place with where you can, or the corporations can feel their skill and talent gaps?
It's to the point I raised earlier. It's what type of services are you bringing into Poland? And again, if you're bringing, processing of mortgages, that'll be done in India, but further down the track through the development of robotics and the like and AI, can all be automated. The delivery, the development and delivery of those systems can be done here in Poland.
And Kasia, what is your experience?
I think we open up saying that cost is no longer a decision factor for shared services in Poland. We still remain, I think we still do remain a low-cost location across Europe in that sense, although probably the recent developments in the legislation has changed that a little bit. But not know where they have problems. And we are here to actually visualize that and to bring that up and say, look, this is where it is, this is what it is, we could do that a little bit better if you allow us to do so, yeah?
So, for me, it's a little bit of a vicious circle with skill sets and more complex services and so on, at least from my standpoint, because the headquarters wouldn't consider giving to SSC something more complex to deliver if there is no trust, right? There is no trust if there is no skill set and no kind of track record of being able to deliver more complex services. And there is no track record because there is no complex services being, moved or transferred to the SSC. So it's also probably a matter of how do you play this out. So how do you kind of, you mentioned PR or internal PR in the organization. How do you convince the decision makers that, first of all, you are able to deliver and either build up internally required skill set or hire the skill set. And also that they shouldn't be, let's say, it's not a huge risk basically for the company to transfer these services. So it's a lot of internal PR. In my case, there was a constant good enough quality of delivery. Lots of internal politics also to push the right people, push the right buttons, I wanted to say originally, which is not easy. But again, it's kind of a vicious circle. If you don't have that service, how do you prove you're able to deliver it, right? So in our case, and that's also what he talked about before, we decided to create kind of a bridge, let's say. So we are right now picking up something more complex, something that organization was absolutely not ready to give away or to transfer to SSC, which is controlling. And the way we approached it was to lower kind of the risk perception, let's say, by HQ, was to get a process leader or a delivery leader for that service directly from the headquarters. So someone who will come here to Warsaw for a couple of years, build up the team, create that new stream, delivery stream, maintain it, prove that it's working, hopefully create someone who will pick up his role and then will leave. So we get this kind of transition, let's say, having something completely new, more complex, but also with kind of assurance, let's say, or reassurance for the headquarters, but it's led by somebody from headquarters who really knows the business and who is also recognized within headquarters, so by the stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks. Actually, to put my thought on this, we just again had a conversation just before the panel, and one of our colleagues said that actually the decisions are influenced mainly of moving particular processes by the consultants, but actually I guess all of us can agree based on what you said that, well, this could be a starting point, but at the end it's more and more us here locally who can advertise, who can make a proper PR, also through high quality delivery, but also in participating in the politics of the organization to move the more complex processes here to Poland. I wanted to also ask you to share your experience or based on your experience, what do you consider the success criteria in setting up successful operations here in Poland? Paweł, if you could.
Success criteria. So I'm not sure if there is one answer to the question. And I will not be original probably when I say people, because end of the day, I mean, that's where everything, everything depends on your team basically, right? You can have automations, processes, systems, and so on, which means absolutely nothing if you don't have the right people. Mm-hmm. So I guess that's the biggest challenge, the biggest responsibility, and the biggest success factor from where I sit.
If I interrupt, I want to share a really cool story of mine. And this was, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. We had a panel with Rafał Olejniczak, who at that time was just starting to build a shared service center for 3M. And we had a discussion, and we had, actually, but the topic was a little bit similar. And we both agreed that it's, it's people, as you said, one of the key factors, and that one of the elements to succeed is actually to hire overqualified guys. Because once they fill the position and they deliver the process, they also are capable of delivering way more beyond the expectation. And actually, I think from that time, the 3M grew, I don't know, from 200 to more than 1,000 people. So, so I think this strategy was quite successful.
Which can also be tricky, right? Because you get these overqualified guys, and if you don't have the plan to bring in something more more substance, let's say, right? They will leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you have, yes, I agree. If you have the potential within the company, within the group, the headquarter, that there are positions you can actually grab. But I'm just curious, what is your experience on this?
So just to repeat, success factors we're talking, and this is extremely broad subject to me because it does start with a high quality delivery. Let's just be honest. That's how it all starts. You deliver on your promise. You get a buy-in in the organization recognizes you as a partner. But I can tell you that in our case, the first success was even to start showing the performance results. We had enormous discussions as to, okay, 95% of quality is not good enough. Okay, so how was your quality level beforehand? I don't know because I didn't measure, right? So, okay, fine. I can live with 95 for now then. Yes, I'm striving to achieve 100, but yeah, let's be realistic, yeah? But I just think it's a little bit more. A year ago, our CEO said, I don't believe in this program. I don't believe it will be successful. 2 months ago, he asked my boss to accelerate it. Do you think it's a success? I think it is. Wow. Do I get invited to sales meetings? Yes, I do. Do I get to listen what the pain points of them are? Yes, I do. I think this is a success. They're starting to treat us as a partner. They're starting to trust us. They understand they have challenges ahead of them to further grow the sales and the organization and everything. And we're very much coming into play to actually take off this hustle and the back-end sort of activities where they can focus on the core business and we can do our job in the back-end.
Probably CEO's statement, he doesn't believe it and he doesn't believe it will work, actually made it work to some extent.
Might have been, yes.
From my perspective, Shimon, absolutely there was success factors, but it depends on who the audience is. We just heard about proving yourself. This has been a common thread, over the last 4 years. A most recent example, we got told, here's 2 roles coming from a particular location. This year we're getting another 20 because we were successful in those 2. Right from the word go, we were on the hook. If whatever roles we migrated, if the performance, no matter how costly it was, and it was obviously cheaper, didn't at least meet the originating role, we were in big trouble. So that aspect. We came in here 4 years ago and we had to set up a brand new legal entity. We didn't have any presence whatsoever. So there was a business plan put together. It had to go to the company, the group's board of directors. We had to set up a new board of directors. They were on the hook. The management team were on the hook. At the end of the first year, how are we going against plan? And that is a regular review that has to happen. And the last one is we made promises to the government. Now, how would we look today if we hadn't delivered on those promises? It's good we're 2 years ahead of schedule. That brings us other problems. But we've got positive PR coming out of this because of the job we've done. And I'll say it again for the 1000th time. It's only possible because of the quality of people we've been able to attract.
And just one word of clarification. Our CFO believed in this program. This is how we made it happen, basically. So, so yes, and yeah, it's perceived as one of the best delivered programs for the last year, basically. So,
congratulations. So you guys work right now in a GBS or captive, under the captive model, and well, I'm for the last 5 years, I was supporting the clients through outsourcing. I wanted to ask you, how do you see the model of GBS captive organization, what, in your opinion, are the benefits of such a model for the organizations which are accessing Polish market, and what could be the drawbacks? What would be your thoughts on this, Kasia?
I'll go back to what I said about this extremely important factor of relationship and trust in Husqvarna Group. This is what basically drove the decision on having captive, not outsourced by any chance. There's an element of collaboration, cooperation, and we are being persistent extension of the local teams. We're working on that because we want it to be the other way around, actually. But there is, I can probably say fairly, there's no desire to outsource now. Because we believe we need to really cleanse and standardize the processes, maybe automate them as well, before we will take any further decisions. Again, cost is an important factor, but it's not the most important factor. There's more than just that, and I think, yeah, the approach today is driven by that.
Bill?
With outsourcing, it's here to stay, but companies have got to understand what are they outsourcing, why are they outsourcing it. That will then determine how you're going to do it and where you put it. And so moving along, once you get further down the track, outsourcing, if you have a look at India and Philippines, they've been in the outsourcing market for 20, 30 years. They were the first generation of companies that went to these places, and they outsourced everything. They outsourced their customer service. The lessons a lot of companies have taken back from that, if you care about your customers, you don't outsource to these countries your customers. It's your non-customer interfacing areas that go into countries like this. But that plays to Poland's strength. Because we have this highly educated, adaptable workforce here, whatever is outsourced within reason, we can find the suitable talent to deliver it.
I worked in captive SSCs. I have also been responsible for outsourcing, so cooperated closely with one of BPO, larger ones. So from that experience, I get it's much easier to sell the idea of moving certain operations to captive center than moving them to outsourcing. From the change management standpoint, I mean, within the company, that's my take on this. That's the first one, and that's obviously the upside. Trumpf SSC is still Trumpf, right? So there's much higher chance we will be perceived as a partner or an extension of local team than somebody from outside, right? Some external. So this is one. The downside of a captive, again, it's probably that sometimes it might be less or might be more difficult for the company to how to put it nicely, to get what they expect, because with the external partner you have the contract, you have KPIs, SLAs, this entire mechanism or a system making sure that you get what you paid for, or theoretically at least. When it's captive, we usually don't have these, let's say, formal measures behind the delivery. So if I were to mention a downside, that would be it.
I would think of another one. There's an element of best practices that are typically better recognized and sooner delivered by outsourcing companies for several reasons, good or bad. This industry is changing enormously, very fast pace, and so you need to keep yourself up to date to be able to actually achieve more and more with less and less investment, let's just say. And I think this is, if I'm to be entirely honest, I think it's the major advantage of having the outsourced operations. Yeah, but then there is a number of disadvantages as well.
So actually, just to share a little bit my experience, I was on the captive side. I created a shared service center for Talivine. So this was, it is a retail organization operating in 30 countries. And I built that. But then I was also creating a BPO, which actually based its success on this shared service center model. So what we actually did is we combined two of the words. So on one hand, we were as flexible as internal organizations, so that really under the roof of the BPO, we just started to create the teams which were reporting functionally to the client. So it would be almost like a shared service center, but in the same time, because we were able to put numerous clients under the one roof, the organization was larger, so the overheads were split equally. So the initial investment was much lower than the investment which you would have at the beginning, setting up the operations from scratch. So that's, but for most of the organizations, especially the ones which are big enough, probably this initial investment makes sense. How do you find talent? How do you find talent here in Poland, and what is your retention strategy? Paweł.
Again, I will probably not say anything new, that people usually come, or sorry, people usually leave the manager rather than the company. There is also multiple factors, different generations that you have to approach differently, right? There's different expectations and so on. So from the retention standpoint, I guess in case of Trumf at least, it's that flexibility or allowing really fully flexible work. And we had a longer conversation about these various models now popping up due to pandemics, and how various companies are approaching this, or how they foresee that in the nearest future. So as of now, at least, that's perceived, at least from my observations, as an incentive that the company can provide you, full flexibility, work-wise, work time-wise as well, right? So that's one of the important factors, I would say. Second one, again, we are in that good position that there is lots of new processes coming in. There is new challenges, new projects, new this, new that, and people, I think, don't really like stagnation. Again, coming back to your point on overqualified people, especially these people don't like stagnation, and performing some work that is not really up to their skill set. So having that or being in that moment in time where you can actually bring in more staff and diversify the work, that's pretty convenient from my standpoint, because I don't have to worry about people getting bored or leaving the organization because then there is nothing new coming, there is no opportunity to grow, and so on and so forth. So I guess this will be my remarks retention-wise.
This is really cool. So this means that actually you are forced to sell and make a good PR in order to expand the center. So you're selling Poland, and because of it, then the guys have more opportunities. So
it's another incentive. Yeah. It's another, but also for the organization, right? Because if you look at the cost of a person leaving the organization, including obviously the cost of backfilling for that person, even from the pure cost standpoint, it's a no-brainer. You need to keep that person in, right? So, and also the organization is incentivized to keep these guys in. So, as you said, it's also in the best interest of headquarters to push more staff towards Warsaw.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to say, Shimon, our biggest challenge, both at the bank and Cathay Pacific, when we started with both, there was absolutely no brand awareness. Cathay Pacific, international airline, but if you ask everyone in this room, probably none of you have heard Cathay Pacific, but if I said who's Lot, everybody knows who Lot is. So we have Standard Chartered, if I said who's Bank Polski, Santana, all those, everybody knows the local banks. So we had to create brand awareness first and foremost, using all the not only regular channels, but we're in Poland. How do Polish companies attract labour? So we had to go down that path. Organisations in Krakow, Bank Malopolski, pointed us in the right direction of people we should be talking to. Same thing happened here in Warsaw. So you've got to have a multi-channel strategy to attract your people. And secondly, we've had 2 years of pandemic where once, I'd get you to come in and we'd have a chat about and do some exams, etc. Everything had to be done virtually almost for 2 years. So again, we had to adapt our processes very quickly.
So as opposed to what you said, Bill, we actually have enormous brand awareness. I must honestly say, and yeah, we call it brand glamour, really, because everybody pretty much recognizes Husqvarna on the market. And I must, I'm not going to be humble. That was one of the factors why we were able to attract very good talents. But one thing is to attract talent. The other one is to retain talent. And this is, in my opinion, it's way more difficult than to actually get someone to work for you. And so, so back to what Pavel said, it's about keeping people engaged. It's about keeping people motivated. We like to think that we have unique value proposition. Maybe it's a little bit too much to say today, but let's just, I mean, interestingly enough, lots of people is asking about, they have this perception of Scandinavian life-work balance. And this is one of the questions that we usually get.
Is it true? Is it true that,
You want me to answer that?
No, it's
of course it's true.
All of us here. No?
It is true. I mean, one of the interesting experiences for myself even was that during summer, most of my Swedish colleagues, they went for 2 months holidays. I never seen that before. And I was shocked because we could work, easily then. But yeah, I mean, we definitely like to promote that brand, and we like to use it to attract proper talent, I shall say. Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I just, because to your point on brand awareness, hardly anybody in Poland knows what Trumpf is. I usually have to explain that it's Trumpf without the I. We produce lasers, right? So that's obviously a challenge as well.
Okay, thanks. And so actually, that's the last question, but I will repeat the goal of this panel, and this is to a little bit advertise Poland and the Polish job market to the companies which did not have an exposure or did not benefit yet with the Polish job market. And I hope that we covered a little bit, we advertise a little bit, Poland, and that it makes sense to move some of the operations here. But I wanted to ask you at the end, what would be your recommendations for the organizations who are just entering Poland, or they would like to enter Polish job market, and what would be your recommendations how to make it in the successful way?
First and foremost, you've got to know what you want to do here and why you're going to do it. And then come here with an open mind. Don't come with, you come with a bag of tricks and experience, use those, but there's very few people that, you need to talk to people that have done it, that live here, that worked here, that can tell you, help you not make the mistakes they've done and recovered from. So I think if you come with those key principles, you're off to a good start. And there's plenty of resources. companies. I mentioned Business Malopolski. There's other business groups here in Warsaw and the other major cities that, you know, will provide advice and guidance and introductions to companies who want to come here.
I would actually very much agree with that because, yes, we had that discussion. Sometimes the models are written by Big Four consultants. Great, fantastic. Everything looks fantastic on paper. But then when it comes to the execution, just open up to listen and seek the advice of locals who have done it. And I'm not saying this is good or bad, but you know, when you build an organization, sometimes you come across with obstacles that you may not foreseen before for several reasons. So just have that in mind, but also be realistic in your expectations, I shall say. And that said, honestly, I today perceive Poland as one of the most flexible markets, employee markets, talent-wise, skill set. And I can see a huge opportunities for us to grow out of the current roles and play pivotal role in developing this industry in Europe.
To the point of being realistic, I totally agree with what Bill said. And then being to the point of being realistic on expectations, I would say also be clear on what are your expectations in the first place. Because quite often this seems to be missing. Like there is some disagreement, let's say, in the decision-making bodies as to what is it that we really need and what is it that we expect. And then obviously expect the unexpected.
Thanks. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope that we were able to convince some of the corporations which would like to experiment in Poland. And I guess all of you guys are also open for questions and inquiries. Are also really willing, and it would be a pleasure for me to speak with any of you who would be interested in setting up operations here in Poland and having a team starting to tap the potential of the Polish market. Thank you very much also to Tom, because of all the work he's doing for all over the years. This industry is growing as you guys as well. So thank you very much. And yeah, and I hope that Poland will grow. And
great, thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you very much. So. End of the first day, say conference part. We have now a break. We're at 6 o'clock for those of you on the jury. 6 p.m. here. At 8 p.m. is the opening cocktails in this room, which will be all the way open. In fact, at 8 o'clock, 8 till 10, 10:30, beer, wine, whiskeys. No food, just so you know that. But basically, 8 o'clock, you're all welcome to come back in the evening. So back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock sharp. Full day. Lots of interesting subjects tomorrow. And tomorrow night, of course, the awards gala. So good. Thank you, guys. A very interesting day. Really, very useful. Thank you.